3, 2, 1, go. There we go. Oh, holy shit. Shogun just subscribed for 20 months. Thank you so much, Shogun. No, I'm used to SNES 9X, which I have set to accept keyboard inputs even when it's not, oh, what's the word? Like, when the window isn't selected. Even if I've selected a different window, my keyboard inputs will still go through to SNES 9X, but I don't have BKZ set that way. BKZ? No, that's a cryptography thing. BizHawk. There we go. Yeah. But now, everything is good. So other than just mashing numpad 0 for the split key, which I'm probably going to forget to do several times again, but whatever. I think we're good now. Inactive versus active window. Yeah, I thought there was a more colorful term for that, but it works fine. People know what I mean. And thank you so much again for the sub. That's Shogun, you might have more subs than everybody else put together. That's a lot of subs. It also is making me feel really guilty about not streaming more. So the first little bit of task manipulation actually happens right here. There is a very, very short, I think it's 4-frame wait before we come in here. I'm actually not sure exactly what part of this is affecting the RNG, but if you wait until here to do your 4-frame wait, you get a different result. If you come straight in here, I actually wasn't able to find any good pattern that got a clean 1-round beak fight. But if you do the 4-frame wait in gate, you get this. So I think I actually first discovered that basically by luck, but it's nice and fast. I actually have gotten that in a live run. Probably not that exact frame, but that outcome. Like a 12 damage crit and then an 8 damage hit. Hey Nora, good to see you. I mean, oh man, we're dropping so many frames. Sorry. I have no control over this. The frames are going to do what they're going to do. If it's really horrifically unwatchable, I guess we can stop and do it another day, but I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope it improves. Wow, it is dropping so many frames. Just out of sheer curiosity, how completely unwatchable is it right now? Oh, there. Just got better. And it just got worse. Okay, so Canada is a lovely country to live in, but our internet infrastructure is a bag of ass and chips. Anyway. I guess the first real deviation of the tasks from an ordinary speedrun is we don't pick up the fishing pole here. So, it being September now, the school term is just about to start. During the spring, so May and June, I was teaching second year vector calculus, as in I was actually the instructor rather than just a TA. And that was right at the beginning of COVID, just after all the schools had shut down. So basically everybody was running around like chickens with heads cut off. And because almost nobody had any experience with online teaching, so it was a mess. And basically there wasn't really much in the way of direction or support given by either the university administration or the department, so it was just sort of every man for himself. And I made what I still think are some pretty intelligent decisions regarding how I structured my course. I did things like make sure that there was no synchronous content that required the students to be online with a stable internet connection at any particular time of day. Because partly, not everybody has a stable internet connection all times of the day, and partly because some students would be literally on other continents, and like ordinary class hours for us would be the middle of the night for them. So I thought that was a very reasonable approach to take. Now, it's the fall again, which means it's back to being the regular professors doing the teaching, and I'm back to being just a TA. The professor that I'm TAing for this term, he is insisting that I run my tutorials live by video. As in like a 50-person Zoom call or something. Hey Niso, great to see you. And I have warned him. Mackenzie, my internet connection is not very stable. Sometimes it's fine, and other times it's ass. So like, if we have a set fixed time for tutorials, like a tutorial is Thursday morning 11 p.m. If my internet sucks at Thursday morning 11 p.m., there is nothing I can do about it. So what do you want to tell the students? Tough luck? No tutorial this week? It seems like a really bad idea. But like, I have my stream quality turned pretty far down. It's only 30 FPS and the bitrate was like 1500 or something. It's pretty poor already. And we're still dropping 16% of the frames and counting. Yeah, for a moment there it was actually the bitrate of 0 kilobytes per second. So I guess I'll let chat decide if you want to democratically vote and declare this is sort of unpleasant to watch because of the lag, and you'd just rather wait until my internet is better. You can do that. I will follow the will of the people. We can just suffer through it, or we can delay and do it later. Either way. I mean, it looks fine on my screen because it's on my screen. So I actually can't see what the stream looks like. I could pull up the stream, but that would make the bandwidth issues even worse. Oh, I'd forgotten that I did that. You have to shop here twice to get all of the glitching done, and you have to wait for him to do his little scribbling on his clipboard thing, so no reason not to walk back and forth a couple of times. Anyway, I should probably get back to talking about the game. This is one of the improvements. You want to death warp several times early in the game, and if you death warp before ever talking to a dragon statue, you get a bunch of extra dialogue. So I didn't do that at yeah, I guess if there's no issue with the voice, RPGs are nice and slow, so if you lose some frames in an RPG, it's not like losing frames in Counter-Strike or something where you miss half the action. Anyway, this is me struggling to manipulate the encounter I want, but this is the encounter I wanted. This is another improvement over the previous TAS is rather than fighting 2 corpses and getting level 2 on both Ryu and Bo, we can just take 1. We only really need level 2 on Ryu. Hey, Dipwood! The TAS drops twice because when you're doing the equipment glitch to make the glitched weapon appear on another party member, the party member that gets the glitched weapon depends on Ryu's position in the party. So we shopped once and did the shopping glitch with Ryu in the front, and that gives the glitched weapon to Nina. And then we swap him to position 2 and do the shopping glitch again, and that gives the glitched weapon to Sten. In a regular any % speedrun, you split it up. You do it with Ryu in position 2 in Hometown, and then you do it with Ryu in position 1 by himself in Corsair, because you're going to do both equipment shops anyway. But we do basically no equipment shopping in the TAS, so by doing both glitches here, we can just skip the weapon shop in Corsair altogether. So, the only weapon shopping we do, we get the bronze sword and the short bow in Hometown, and at the same time we weapon glitch Sten and Nina. And then we buy the long sword and the crossbow in Sema Fort, and weapon glitch Rand and Cat. And that's it. That's all of the equipment shopping we do. Glitched weapon's pretty good. And then later in the game we fish up the Empire Sword and manipulate a Meow Staff drop for the last couple boss fights. So that's the first unavoidable encounter. The game seems to have a hard upper limit on how far you can walk without a fight. On the overworld, it's 64 steps. I think in high encounter dungeons, it's a little bit lower. So I don't think you can walk a full 64 steps in Infinity, for example. So any big room in a dungeon like that, or even any just long walk on the overworld map, you have to take a fight partway through. The game will eventually force you into it. But generally, the longer you want to walk without a fight, the more stutter stepping you have to do, which costs time. So generally, the most efficient way to do it is just to spread the fights you have to take evenly throughout the room. So if you have to take one fight, you take it halfway through the room. Even if you could, in theory, walk 3/4 of the way through, doing a 3/4 walk and then a 1/4 walk would probably take longer than doing half and half. Okay, this is a bit of a funny fight, because we're trying to minimize the number of attacks that the roaches do, because the attacks take time, but we're trying to maximize the amount of damage we take, because we're trying to set up for a death warp. So what we end up looking for is not dodges, but counterattacks, when in most other fights we're trying to optimize for dodges, because the dodges are faster. It's a little under a second faster to dodge an attack than it is to get hit by it. It should, in theory, be possible to do this fight in 2 hits rather than 3, because Ryu can crit as high as 51. So you could do 51-51 or 51-49, and that would kill the roach. But I looked, and I could not find a frame within about 3 seconds of waiting that would work. And if I wait longer than 3 seconds, then I'm spending more time waiting than if I just had Bo use the extra attack. The other thing is that to get the high roll physical damage from Ryu, you need to be in normal formation, where Bo in the back takes less damage, and we want Bo to take damage to set up for the death warp. So if you try and do the 2-hit roach, it also makes your death warp trickier. And if you lose an appreciable amount of time on the death warp, then you aren't really saving anything. Anyway, here is the Death Warp. So one of the things that I discovered, which in hindsight makes total sense, is that it's actually better to take a long walk for a good Death Warp than a short walk for a bad Death Warp. So there I think I had to walk 11 steps for an encounter. There was an encounter within 6 steps, so that's 5 steps faster. But 5 steps is only about a second and a quarter, a second and a third. Whereas a single extra attack animation is 2 to 3 seconds. So the encounter that I could get within 6 steps had a hunchback that outspeeded either Ryu or Bo, I forget which, maybe both. So the Death Warp, rather than just attack from Ryu, attack from Bo, was attack from hunchback, attack from Ryu, attack from Bo. And that was actually a second or so slower than just walking further to find a better Death Warp. This is one of the things that I didn't really appreciate the first time through, as I was trying to get an encounter as fast as possible. And that's really... it's only a tiebreaker. You would rather take a good Death Warp fight with a slow walk to get it than a... was I saying that backward? You'd rather get a good fight with a long walk than a bad fight with a short walk. I don't know if that's what I was saying last time, but that's what I meant to say. So if you compare the Death Warps in this TAS to my Glitchless or to Janus, one of his runs, most of the time I think you'll find that it takes me longer in this run to get the Death Warp encounters, but that the encounters themselves are much faster. So just for those of us who are playing along at home, we are now at 20% of the frames have been dropped. Which is, I mean, if you guys are still going to declare this watchable, I'm happy it's watchable, but this is not endearing me to our internet service provider. I think the next time I move... oh, motherfucker. Yeah. Sorry, I've been... what's my skip key? Yeah. Well, I guess we knew this was inevitable, huh? Yeah, if it's still watchable, then I'm happy, but like, it's the principle of the thing. Our internet package is advertised as 50 megabytes a second down, 10 up. And in practice, what we get is like 8 megabytes per second down and 3 up. So like, fucking Canadian internet. Do any of the choices in this game even mean anything? Funny, have I missed all my splits again? Yes. Let's see if we can fix that. I guess there's no real reason for me to have the reset split in a TAS, but whatever. Yeah, if chat wants to give me regular reminders to fucking split already, that'd be fine. Evidently, I'm an idiot who can't be trusted with even the most basic of tasks. Literally, Homer Simpson's job is too hard for me. Anyway. So, the choices in this game that make the gem flash, do they matter? Yes and no. Like many things in Breath of Fire 2, strictly speaking, yes, they did implement a mechanic that does matter. But they made it matter in the most inconsequential, completely irrelevant way that you wouldn't even notice playing casually. So the only thing it does is your party members have like a friendliness rating, a happiness rating, that are affected by the choices you make. The most powerful magic in the game, the missile spell, the bolt X spell, and I believe the renew X spell that only Bo learns. I believe those are the only three. They're gated by happiness. So for a character to be able to cast one of those spells, they have to be sufficiently happy. You think Hail as well? I've never seen Hail uncastable. Oh, Cure X probably as well. Hey, Jintatsu, thanks very much. So yeah, it's 3 or 4 spells, but only the really powerful ones. If a character is insufficiently happy, they can't cast them. The thing is, happiness generally goes up throughout the game anyway, and unless you're speedrunning really efficiently, by the time you learn the endgame spells, the characters are happy enough to cast them. And that's the thing, you won't know it's a thing unless you speedrun, and even then it doesn't come up very often. Like once in a while, in a speedrun, if you get Bleu to 38 so she learns Missile, she isn't able to cast it right as she learns it. What affects happiness? Plot triggers. Other than plot triggers, I actually don't recall. It might be it might actually be like a set rate per battle. I forget because again it's such an inconsequential mechanic that you can just completely ignore it. Even if you do get Missile in a speedrun, which is pretty rare, these days both the glitchless and the any percent routes are optimized enough that that you probably don't get to 38 on Bleu. But even if you did, it's probably not worth using over Fireball because it's a significantly longer animation and only a tiny bit more damage. I'm gonna remember to split here. It's fucking magical. Only missed the first 3. So yeah, in theory, the dialogue choices in the dragon tier matter. In practice, they fucking don't. Not even a little bit. But there are a lot of things like that in Breath of Fire 2. Like, yes, in theory it's a thing, but you can completely ignore it. It has no practical effect on your gameplay. Here's a tiny little optimization that you might not think of. The town needs to be in night when you go back to it, because Rand only appears at night. So if you come into the forest in daytime and then you death warp back to town, the town will be in daytime, and then you'll need to do the time skip at the pub by talking to the barkeep. And casting time warp from the menu is actually ever so slightly faster. So we do that. Almost sounds like they never tested all these neat mechanics. There's probably some serious truth to that. Yeah, there are many things in Breath of Fire 2 that make you go like, did you guys actually double check your work here? Like how there's a whole bunch of equipment that gives you holy resist and no enemy in the game does holy damage. That's a neat mechanic. Or how the speed up buff does literally nothing. It exists and it works. There is a flag in memory that corresponds to the agility up spell, and if you cast the agility up spell on a character, you can see that the character gets the flag set. It just doesn't do anything. which is actually really tragic. The agility up spell would be really handy in a couple fights, especially in glitchless. Because in glitchless, you suffer from not really having a character that's faster than Death Heaven. So it would be really super duper handy if you could just cast agility up on Bleu and then have her be your healer, but it doesn't do anything. Anyhow, here's our Death Warp. And here's me forgetting another split. I don't know why I even bother with the splits on this thing. I think I actually prefer the dragon system in Breath of Fire 2 to the dragon system in Breath of Fire 1. And that's maybe a bit of a controversial opinion. So yeah, this fight was a little bit unfortunate. For some reason, I just could not find any dodge crits. So I had to take a couple of hits instead, which is a bit slower. Less abusive and require more resources? Yeah, that's why I prefer them. My take is that neither the dragon system in Breath of Fire 1 nor Breath of Fire 2 is particularly interesting. They're both extremely linear. But the one in Breath of Fire 2 is less game-breaking, so I prefer it. But Breath of Fire 3's dragon system is king. That is not even close. Yep. All Breath of Fire runners agree. Breath of Fire 3 has the best dragons. There's a rebalance slash mild hard mode mod for Breath of Fire 3 that is on my short list of things to play. So it's very probable that Breath of Fire 3 will soon be coming to this stream. Not as a speed run, but as a casual play. Yeah, no, I can see the argument for somebody who prefers 1's dragons to 2. Maybe my preference for 2 is just like as a speedrunner, I like interesting boss strats, and Breath of Fire 1's dragon system doesn't really lend itself to interesting boss strats. But, yeah, I can see the argument both ways. Yeah, Agni in particular is grievously offensive. Breath of Fire 1 has boss strats? Question mark? I mean, it does until you get the dragons, which is kind of the point. But yeah. So one of the things I really like about this any % TAS is it really cuts down on the dragon usage. So here are the numbers. Ryu's dragon cast animation, where he goes Super Saiyan, that animation takes just shy of 3 seconds. The Thunder Dragon animation takes just shy of 6 seconds. It's about 5.5. So in total, casting your first Thunder Dragon takes about 8 seconds, give or take. The next Thunder Dragon, because you then need to heal your AP, and using a W fruit is another 3 seconds. So loosely speaking, your first dragon is about 8 seconds, and subsequent dragons are about 11 seconds. And with the glitched weapons in the TAS, the subsequent 11-second dragons are not worth doing. So I don't think there is any fight in the game in the any % TAS that uses more than one dragon. And that is one of the major, serious time-saving improvements I made over Janus, is he was still using multiple dragons on many boss fights, even with the glitched weapons. This is me remembering to split. Am I really fighting Cat with 8 HP? Yep. It's only because I couldn't find good dodge frames on the director. Cat walloped you yesterday? Good old Cat doing cat things. It's kind of interesting, actually. Cat isn't as useful as you'd think in the any % TAS. She's useful for Death Evan once you have the Meow Staff. And you do manipulate her weapon, but she really only gets used in 1, maybe 2 fights. But you normally think of Cat as like your best physical damage dealer. Of course she'd be great with the glitched weapon, right? But it sort of just doesn't work out that way. Oh, these crits are so satisfying. So in theory, rather than saving strength and then attacking, having him attack twice and dodging both hits is ever so slightly faster. But the odds of finding like 2 crits and 2 dodges in a single turn is extremely low. So like you can look for it, but you probably won't find it. Oh yeah, I remember Nora's God Tier August fight. That was pretty slick. It's actually the same deal with Cat. In theory, rather than having Cat do a failed taunt, it would be faster to have her attack and then dodge. But most of the time you aren't lucky enough to get an attack, a dodge, and then a crit. So if you don't find dodge crit quickly, then it becomes faster to just use a taunt rather than continue waiting looking for a dodge crit. And that's going to be a recurring theme in many boss fights, is there's an optimal turn that the boss could do, and then there's a slightly less optimal turn that the boss does more often. So like getting a regular attack with a dodge from Cat is much less common than just getting a failed taunt. Failed taunts are all over the place. So you will look at the optimal turns and see if you can actually make them work, but often you can't, and you take the more common but slightly less optimal turns. And it ends up being faster. Oh no, the best rend roll ever is the one going over top of the Sema Fort Lake. That rand roll is extremely nerve-wracking. Anyway, next boss fight is the Joker. We finally get our glitched weapons. So far this is really just the same strats as glitchless, except it's a bit slower because in Hometown I did the extra shopping glitch stuff. So we are thus far running behind glitchless, and just the Joker fight by himself makes up all of the time and more, because the glitched weapons are just really friggin' fantastic. I do hope Andy shows up sometime today. It feels improper that like the impetus for this task was Andy's weapon glitch. I guess the glitched weapons save you some time on the crayon as well. So the glitches really only save you time on the fights, which makes sense. Except for the Upa-Rupa skip. Hey Cerberus, run still going? Yep. Charles still forgetting splits? Also yep. Is something wrong with the Breath of Fire 2 frame rate? No, something is wrong with my internet. My internet just sucks. Chat voted that the audio was okay, and therefore it was alright, it was watchable. But yeah, no, the internet sucks today. I've booted everybody else in the house off the internet, everything is closed. There is no other strain on our bandwidth, it's just our bandwidth sucks today. We have really old internet. On a good day, it's good enough to stream without frame drops, but I guess today's not a good day. Too many soccer moms watching Netflix. So, yeah, I'm afraid the video is intermittently choppy, but the audio is fine, I am told, so hopefully it's still watchable. Which ISP are we with? Bell? Pretty sure Bell. I mean, yeah, it's Bell or Rogers, and they're kind of the same. I'm not aware of any particular reason to prefer Bell over Rogers or the other way around. Come on, Mathlete, regale us. Oh, did you redeem a thing? Okay, hang on. So, right now I'm looking at chat through OBS. So, like, I have the chat appearing as part of my display, right? Yeah. So... Oh, neat! A fellow Canuck. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, sorry. The deal is I'm not actually looking at chat directly, I'm looking at the video feed through OBS, and I see the little chat window that's part of my overlay. And for whatever reason, the channel point redemptions don't show in that. So I actually can't see the channel point redemptions. So you're still welcome to use them, but if you're going to redeem any channel point things, you have to say something. So if Shogun redeemed 3.141 channel points for a math fact. Let's see. That's an interesting math fact. Yeah. Give me a moment to think of something cool. Are you familiar with the concept of spiky spheres? the fact that spheres are actually spiky. Okay, this is a great story. Okay, so we're going to start by doing this in 2 dimensions. Draw a square and like cut the square in half both ways, like you're just drawing a little kid's version of a window. So like your square is sectioned into 4 equal subsquares. Inside each of those 4 subsquares, draw the biggest circle that will fit. So in other words, what you've done is you've taken your square and now you have 4 circles packed in, and those circles are as big as they can get. If you tried to make one of the circles any bigger, it would then overlap one of the other circles and overlap outside the square. So you have your 4 equally sized circles all jammed inside your square. Now in the middle, between the 4 circles, there's some space. And you can draw another circle in there. Alright? So that's the picture. You're drawing a big square. You're dividing it in half in every direction. In each compartment that you made, you're drawing as big a circle as possible. Then you're throwing the cuts out, the plus sign, so you can just look at the space in between the circles and you're drawing another circle. Alright. By the way, Joker fight. Admire Nina critting things in the face. Alright, now you can do the same thing in 3 dimensions. You can take a cube, bisect it all 3 ways, put 8 spheres in there, 1 in each subcube, and in the middle of the 8 spheres, you can fit another small sphere. Right? So it's like what we did in 2 dimensions, just in 3 dimensions there's twice as much stuff because you have the extra dimension. Alright. Now here's where it gets weird. You can compute exactly what the radius of that inner circle is. So if you assume that, by the way, dead Joker, Nina's crit him to death. If you assume that your square has side length 2, so that each of your, or I guess side length 4 is probably easier to talk about, so that each of your interior circles has radius 1, then you can look at the radius of that little inner circle, and it's significantly less than 1. And as you keep adding on dimensions, so when you go from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, you go from a side length 4 square to a side length 4 cube, and your 4 circles with radius 1 turn into 8 spheres that still have radius 1. And here's the weird part that fucks with your brain. When you go from the little circle in the middle, which has a radius you can calculate, to 3 dimensions where you have a little sphere in the middle, the radius got bigger. The sphere that you can fit inside 8 spheres has a larger radius than the circle that you can fit inside 4 circles. And you can repeat this. You can't draw it anymore because we're out of dimensions, but you can do the 4-dimensional mathematical representation. You would have a 4-dimensional hypercube. It would contain 16 4-dimensional hyperspheres. The hypercube has side length 4. The 16 hyperspheres all have radius 1. And then you can compute the radius of the 4-dimensional hypersphere that fits inside your 16 4-dimensional hyperspheres. And the radius gets bigger again. And that's already a little bit mind-bending enough, but here's the thing. Go up to 10 dimensions. In 10 dimensions, you draw your 10-dimensional hypercube with side length 4. You have 2 to the power of 10 radius 1 hyperspheres, all packed in the way they normally are, with 2 to a side. And then you draw the largest 10-dimensional hypersphere that fits inside your 2 to the power of 10 radius 1 hyperspheres that were all packed in the cube. Now here's the fucking weird thing. From the center of the cube to the edge is only length 2. So when you drew your first square, it was side length 4. So that inner circle That's centered right on the middle of the square. It's distance 2 from there to the edge of the square. When you do this in 10 dimensions, it's still only distance 2. That distance 2 does not change as you increase the number of dimensions. The radius of the hypersphere that fits inside all of the other hyperspheres that are packed inside the square, or the 10-dimensional hypercube, is bigger than 2. So what that means is if you do that same square, contained circles, and then the little circle that fits in the middle construction in 10 dimensions, that little circle that fits in the middle, it pokes out the edges of the cube. So it has to be spiky. It's small enough that it fits inside all of the spheres that were packed inside the cube, but nevertheless, it reaches outside the cube through the gaps. So high-dimensional spheres are spiky. There's your math fact. That's one of my favorite math facts. Because you don't need any math training to understand it, because it's just circles and squares. You can picture it. But the conclusion is so mind-bendingly weird. I mean, that's what you redeemed for, right? So yeah, now you can go tell all your friends and family that high-dimensional spheres are spiky. It is a long fact. The story does take a little while to tell, but I didn't forget any splits while I was telling it, so go me. You need more? I won't make this a hard and fast rule, but I will request that people try and space out the channel point redemptions just a little bit so that I don't get horribly off track. I don't mind taking a break to talk about other stuff, but I do want to come back to the TAS. It does make a great conversation starter, yeah. Like, I think it's a good piece of advice to anybody who's looking for advice on how to make friends and socialize. Have some good conversation starters in your back pocket relating to one of your areas of interest. You were hoping for Graham's number? I considered it. I thought about using Graham's number when Shogun asked. But Graham's number's sort of been overdone just a little bit. There's a fair... Like, if I picked Graham's number, it was probably a safe bet that at least one person in chat had heard it before. So I tried to think of something else. Also, hi, Alan. Good to see you. Anyway, it was well timed, because in between the Joker and the Terrapin, absolutely nothing interesting happens. Although this is one of the places where I optimized and saved some time over Janus. Janus' any percent task goes to the weapon shop here, and equipment glitches for Rand. I put it off until Semafort, which is more efficient. Because the Semafort weapon shop, it's not a separate building. You literally walk right in front of the shopkeep after Petapi drowns you. So you have to do a weapon shop at the beginning. The weapon shop in Hometown isn't optional. Without the bronze sword, the Mount Fubi fights just take too long. So, plus you need to weapon shop somewhere anyway to set up the weapon glitches for Sten and Nina. Is that RTA viable? I don't think so, because RTA, you need all of the armor from Wendia to not get spacked. So it's probably not viable in a speedrun. Oh yeah, this is clean. Check this shit out. 1, 2. Get bopped. Yeah, I know. No, that gets me too, is when I'm routing a task, if I've been working on the task for too long, I sort of forget that armor is a thing. Is this an improvement over a month or so ago? Yes and no. Yes, it's 10 minutes faster. No, it's not an improvement because it's a different category. The one a month ago was glitchless. This one is any percent. Now, in a sense, kind of. So probably this any percent video will get recorded for posterity on TAS videos, and the glitchless one probably won't. The system that they have on TAS videos, by the way, upcoming Creon skip. I think Nora asked about the Creon skip. The answer is obviously yes. Why would we not take the Creon skip? Here, this walking back and forth is just for funsies. Doesn't that look dangerous, though? You can actually, if you cross paths with the Creon, you can actually skip, like, walk past him without fighting him. But, like, you have to be walking in opposite directions at the same time. Anyway, Terrapin fight, I'm going to remember to split. Got my hand on the split key. Alright, what was I saying? I was talking about something else. Oh yeah, TAS videos. TAS videos has different tiers. So it's got like Moon tier. Well, it's got Star tier, I think, which is for the very, very best TASes. It's got Moon tier for TASes that have entertainment value. And then it's got the Vault tier, which is just for any task that's fastest completion, but not especially entertaining. So the glitchless task doesn't qualify for Vault, because all that goes in Vault is fastest completion, anything goes. So if Breath of Fire 2 only ends up in the Vault, then the any percent task will end up there, not the glitchless one. And previously, the old 2010 task by Janus, that was residing in the Vault. So most likely this will end up there instead. If they decide that the entertainment value in having a separate glitchless run is enough to merit putting in moons, then I might get them both. But that seems unlikely. Yeah, you got it, Sagara. Now, the funny thing is, technically, for the last month, my glitchless task was actually the fastest Breath of Fire 2 task, because it was faster than Janus's any percent. So strictly speaking, my previous glitchless task was also the world record any percent task. And if I had not committed to immediately now making this any percent task, if I was just going to do the glitchless task and be done, then it would probably actually go to Vault, not as a glitchless task, but just as a task, without the category, because it was still the fastest Breath of Fire 2 task on record. Now, because I had said at the time that I was going to work on this right away anyway, the decision was, okay, rather than put this in and then immediately kick it out again for a new any percent video, let's just wait on the any percent video. So, the judging for the glitchless task never actually got completed, but that could have happened. And technically, for a short while, that glitchless task was world record. Anyway, nice clean death warp. So death warping with the glitched weapons is a little awkward. Normally what you do is, like, you have a strong character like Kat or Sten hit a weak character like Nina, and that's fine. The problem is if you're trying to death warp that way with a glitched weapon, the first hit kills the person, and then the second hit goes onto an enemy, which is actually wasteful. You don't want to be hitting enemies in the middle of your death warp. So you need to get your death warp set up in such a way that anybody with a glitched weapon only ever attacks themselves. Here I give Cure 2 to Rand for no particular reason, except I don't want it on Ryu. If I put it on Ryu, then it bumps Thunder Dragon down in his spell menu, and then I lose 2 or 3 frames every time I need to cast a Thunder Dragon. So I give it to Rand. But I could have given it to Bo as well, or Sten, anybody who's not going to do any spell casting, just so it doesn't show up in the menu. Clean rolling! Also rolling way closer to obstacles than I would ever be brave enough to do in real life. One fun little bit of routing is trying to optimize your party switches so that you have to do as little order juggling as possible. So there, because you need to rand roll and then Sten swing across the poles and then rand roll again, you have to juggle between rand and Sten. And then you need Ryu in the front here to talk to Sana. So you want to arrange your party so that Rand is in the lead, so that when you leave Township, Rand is automatically in the front and you don't have to swap to do a roll. And then from Rand, in one direction you want to be able to switch to Sten, and in the other direction you want to be able to switch to Ryu. So what you do, when you select the party, Ryu is automatically selected first, so what you want to do is select Ryu, Sten, Nina, Rand, and then while you're in the party select menu, you can swap Rand and Ryu, so that you have Ryu, Sten, Nina, Rand. Then when you swap one way, Rand swaps to Sten in second, and when you swap the other way, Rand swaps to Ryu in fourth. Whereas if you have Sten or Ryu in third, and Nina somewhere else, then when you swap either one direction to Sten or the other direction to Ryu, you'll have to shuffle the party twice. And each of those party shuffles takes a second and a half or something. Nah, maybe a second. So whenever possible, and it's almost always possible, you want to arrange the party so that you only ever have to shuffle once to get the person you need. You never want to have to shuffle first and third, in other words. If I recall right, there's one time when you're doing the stuff with Nina and Kat near Cotland where it's unavoidable. And I think that's only one. And just for comparison, if this were an ordinary glitchless speedrun, we probably wouldn't even have killed August yet. So, like I said before, that wasn't the quickest death warp it was possible to find, or it wasn't the quickest fight, but it does give me a pretty good death warp. Alright, Carpenter split. It's really incredible just how much faster the task goes than a regular speedrun. I mean, it makes sense. It's a task. Of course it's fast, but only an hour in and we've already got the Carpenter. If only we could do this in real life, huh? Incidentally, congrats to Shogun, who, Shogun PB'd by almost half an hour yesterday. Actually, Shogun's any percent PB is starting to get kind of close to mine, which I think means I probably need to run any percent again and get a time that isn't garbage. I try not to let my competitive spirit motivate me. That competitive spirit is an asshole. Also, Randroll. This is the Randroll of terror. Look at this shit. Yeah, that's legal. You can actually do that. I am never ever attempting that in a live run, by the way. But it is legal. So the long wait there was to set up this fight. Medicate! So that's one of only 2 items that we're going to try and manipulate drops for. A Deep Charles Lore Redemption. Ooh, alright, give me a moment. So, this is really Charles and Pax lore redemption. So, the main reason that I am such a fan of Breath of Fire 2 was when I was 10 and Pax was 7 or 8. Our cousin bequeathed to us his old Super Nintendo. And this would have been like around the year 2000. Because our cousin had just got an N64, and he was playing that. He didn't want his old Super Nintendo. wasn't really interested in it. So his mom, our aunt, talked him into giving it to us. So we got a Super Nintendo as a gift, along with a handful of games, including some real classics like Clay Fighters, Sim Ant, Fire Striker, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but also had Star Fox, Link to the Past, and Breath of Fire 2. So Breath of Fire 2 was the only actual turn-based RPG we got, and as it happened, Pax and I were both huge fans of turn-based RPGs. Like, we tried Breath of Fire 2 and we loved it, so we played the shit out of it for many, many years. But that Super Nintendo was a little bit finicky. Like, partly it was just the technology, and partly I think that Super Nintendo in particular was a little bit finicky. So, more than once, our save data on Breath of Fire 2 got deleted, either by, like, the game accidentally getting ejected while the console was on, or even just by getting jostled, which was really very frustrating. So, I think, if I'm remembering right, I think I played to High Fort, had my save file deleted, played again to Farmtown, had my save file deleted, both before I ever actually beat the game. Also, we just kicked the shit out of Nimifu. Dragons, what dragons? Yeah, those glitch weapons are pretty good. So, I remember this. What we did was we took our Super Nintendo, we put in the cartridge for Breath of Fire 2, then we took a roll of tape, and we taped that fucker solid. It would not move. There was no jostling, no wiggling. That game was in there, and we were gonna fucking finish it. Um, I mean, a lot of those games don't even really have meaningful save data. Like, you just turn them on and you play them. But I don't remember it happening to any of the others, but we also played Breath of Fire 2 more than the rest of them put together. So yeah, I just have memories of like this Super Nintendo sitting on the floor by the TV with a cartridge in it and an entire roll of Scotch tape wound around that fucker. And it would just sit there. That's how it lived. For quite a while, actually. Anyway, there's your lore. Charles and Pax as kids, solving the problems. We acquired the useless fucking frog. And unlike the glitchless TAS, we're not going to use him at all. Because he's useless and a frog. Rip jeans. Yep. Build the whole town in 7 minutes? I know, right? What a god. It begins! The Sema Fort music! All hail the 8-second harpsichord loop. Although the good news is it's a TAS, we won't have to listen to it very long. It's a shame Jen isn't here. Jen's gonna miss her favorite part of the game. The music is burnt into my soul. Yeah, that's about accurate. High Fort was the bane of my existence when I was a kid. Those fucking mazes and the door that didn't take spell damage, it was the worst. And your second and third playthroughs, yeah. I think that this is something that I don't properly appreciate. Because I've played this game so many times, and I'm not kidding, like, even before I started speedrunning, I had probably done 30 or more casual playthroughs throughout my life. I played this game a lot. A lot. So even before I started speedrunning, I didn't need map. I knew exactly where everything was. The entire layout of this game is imprinted on my brain. And I think I don't properly appreciate that when other people pick up Breath of Fire 2, some of the dungeons are really fucking confusing to navigate. Particularly High Fort, the Queen, Memory Tower, and Infinity. Those are the 4 really bad offenders. So, like, watching somebody else speedrun Breath of Fire 2, except, like, Andy or MCon, people who know the game as well as I do, it's like, how can you not know where to go? There's only one place to go, it's the same every time, but, like, when there are that few landmarks, like the maze in Sema Fort, everything looks the same. So it shouldn't be surprising to me that people get lost, because I get lost when I play other games. Oh yeah, no, the emulator crash in High Fort. Yep. That was the end of our dreams of getting the GBA world record. And I'm never attempting it again. Where's Nora? Nora still has to get the GBA world record. Anyway, so this was a really clever bit of routing here. What you are about to witness. We're going to go weapon shopping. We're going to equipment glitch. The equipment glitch will give Rand his glitched weapon. But we're also going to take the opportunity to get a whole lot of fucking money. Here we go. Look at the money. Look at all of that fucking money. That was me glitching. It's 18. There's 1.8 million bucks. I don't know if it still happens on the current VBA. I admit I haven't looked into it in a couple of years. So we just purchased ourselves 1.8 million free dollars. There is one more death warp. So after we finish in Sema Fort, we roll back to hometown, and then we're going to death warp back here to Sema Fort. And that will cost us half our money. At which point, we will have $900,000, which is precisely enough to pay off MC Tusk and allow us to skip the Oopa Roopa side quest. Oh, upcoming split. Yeah. So this is one of the funny things. Janus's Any TAS didn't skip the Oopa Roopa. I think he just didn't know about it. But it's a huge time save. And also, as a bonus, we also get to show off the text glitch, which looks pretty funny. You'll see what I mean when we get to it. Things get pretty broke right around MC Tusk. So we are now just about in the setup that we're going to have from now until after High Fort. So we have Dragon Magic on Ryu. We have glitched weapons on Nina, Sten, and Rand, and after Kuadora, we'll weapon glitch Cat. We can't weapon glitch Cat now because with only 3 people in the party. Cat counts as party member number 4. She's 4th on the roster. And you can only weapon glitch people 5th and below. So we have to do Cat separately, but it's still worth doing. Cat helps you on MC Tusk and also helps out a bunch... somewhere? Where does Cat? Fuck, I don't remember. Somewhere. Cat helps somewhere. I worked it out. So we have the 8 seconds to cast a dragon, and then we have sort of between 100 and 150 damage crits, and with double crits from Sten and Rand. They're fairly similar in damage. So it's roughly 3 seconds for a physical attack, So, like, or a double attack from Sten and a double attack from Rand is 5 to 600 damage and takes about 12 seconds. The first dragon takes 8 seconds. The second dragon takes 11 seconds with a W fruit. But the other consideration is trying to minimize the number of turns the enemy gets. So usually, like, if we do a pair of double crits from Rand and Sten and a dragon from Ryu, that's about 1100 damage in a turn. And if that doesn't kill the boss, as it sometimes doesn't, then you will finish the boss off with double crits, because at that point an extra double crit is much faster than a second dragon. And this is another of the ways that we save time compared to what Janus was doing in his any percent, was he was using double dragons and only doing the last bit with the double crits. We're doing it the other way around. We're doing a single dragon and all of the rest of the damage with the double crits, because only the first dragon is really damage efficient, or time efficient, I guess. Hey Alex, good to see you. Yeah, TAS. Just so you're aware, yes, we're dropping frames. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. It's just internet quality. The audio seems to be fine, so it won't be the highest quality stream that you've ever watched, but it's watchable. That's what chat tells me. So you have missed the first hour and 20 minutes, which in an ordinary speedrun would mean like you missed up through Joker. But in a TAS, it means you've missed up through the beginning of Xenoport, because we're going fast, and we're cheating! Cheating is fun. I will say, doing this any percent TAS has increased my appreciation for the weapon glitches. This is making me more enthusiastic about the prospect of running any percent. Thanks, Shogun. Thank you for dropping by. See you later, hopefully, and if not, then see you the next time one of us streams, I guess. And now we begin the cooking contest. Everybody's favorite side quest. It's not silly at all. The music is wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, this part of the game sucks. And thank you again for the sub, Shogun, you magnificent bastard. Oh, funny story, I might as well tell it now. I picked up the Wise BL in Nimifu's Tower, because it doesn't really cost you any time to do it. You have to wait for those little platforms in the second last floor anyway, so you might as well just pick up the Wise BL while you're waiting for the platform, but I never used it. I should have, but I never did. I didn't have this all routed out completely when I started, so like I didn't know what the fastest boss strats would be. I just started, it's like, I'll do it live, we'll figure it out as we go. And the Wise BL is just straight better than a W fruit. And I was thinking, like, at some point, I'm going to want to do 2 dragons in a boss fight. And then the the YSBL will let me do that, 1, without taking damage on Ryu, and 2, it will heal him to full. So beyond level 15, he needs 2 W fruits for a full dragon. So if ever I need to do a double dragon beyond level 15, then the YSBL is just a whole turn faster. But as it turned out, it was just never optimal to do 2 dragons. So there was never a case when the YSBL was actually meaningfully faster than a W fruit. So when I should have used it, was basically the last chance to use it was after Bando. You use a Thunder Dragon on the zombies, and then after the Necroman, you have to heal and exit out anyway. And there I used 2 W fruits. And what I should have done is there I should have used the YSBL. It would literally only be like 2 frames faster, but that was my last chance to use it. At the time, I was thinking, you know, I have to use a Help BL anyway because I have to heal Blue to full, and Ryu had also taken some sundry damage. So given that I have to use Help BLs anyway, I might as well just use the W fruit here, because I'm going to use the Help BL anyway. It'll take me only 2 extra frames. And then I'll have the YSBL to use before Baru Berry, because I had been intending, like, you Thunder Dragon the Karms to get your Meow Staff drop, and then you heal Ryu to full, and then you fight Baru Berry, where you want to use a G-Dragon, because that's what I did in Glitchless. Except that's not optimal. And that's what I discovered is, actually, G-Dragon just sucks in the TAS. You never use it. You use it once against Ray, and that's it. It's just too slow. Like, 999 damage is nice, but the Thunder Dragon animation, including Ryu's Super Saiyan thing, is 15 seconds, and it's just never worth it. So, as it happened, the faster Barberry strat was just attack up and crits. So, you'll see it when we get to the fight later. So what that means is, I missed my opportunity to use the YSBL. Because I always thought that I had a better opportunity to use it later, and then later happens like, wait, shit, no, actually, it's optimal to not use a dragon here. So, I just ended the game with the YSBL in my inventory looking like an idiot. Whatever. So here, in Glitchless, I only came in here with 3 people. Basically, I figured it wasn't worth going to the Dragon to put an extra person in the party to come in here, because all I was going to do was Dragon spam anyway. What does TAS stand for? Tool Assisted Speedrun. It means that rather than speedrunning myself with my fallible human fingers, instead I had just programmed a series of inputs. And now the game is playing itself optimally. Yeah, it is exactly. It's Elixir Syndrome. Now, in my defense, it wasn't just a nebulous, but I might need it later. I did have something specific in mind. It's just that in each case, the specific thing I ended up in mind, I found something better that didn't use it. So, anyway, if ever I redo the any % TAS, because it costs you no time to pick up the W fruit, I will still pick it up. And it'll just replace a W fruit sometime when using a W fruit was inconvenient for some reason. But yeah, I don't think there is ever a point in the game where I used a W fruit in combat. I can't think of any. And replacing a W fruit in combat is really the main point of the YSBL. This is another demonstration of rooms that are too big to walk through. you can only walk so far without a fight. So we take one fight on the way to the worm, and then we'll take another fight on the way back from the worm. One funny little quirk. If it's just a random encounter that you can't avoid, but you're not intending to actually fight it, you don't want a lead-off attack, which is the exact opposite of a human speedrun. In a human speedrun, if you're intending to run from a fight, you want a lead-off because it's a guaranteed run. But the lead-off encounter text actually costs you half a second or so. So if you're just intending to run from the fight, you actually prefer to not have a lead-off in the TAS. That counter-attack there looks funny. You'd think, like, why not just look for a frame that doesn't have a counter-attack? But I couldn't find one. I needed double crit for this strat to work, because I wanted to 1 dragon and then 4 crits from Sten. So I needed to find a dodge and a double crit, and the only one I could find had that counter-attack. So a counter-attack that gets dodged doesn't take that long. Not the end of the world. And the other thing is that the worm fight that I just missed the split on. Nuts. The worm fight is heavily scripted, so he always uses Sweet Breath turn 1, and he always uses a Slam on turn 2. So even though his Slam animation takes longer, you don't have a choice in the matter. Oh yeah, we actually got a pretty good beetle room here. These things are kind of fun to manipulate. It's very different than any other part of the game. So those weren't quite optimal, but they were very close. I actually don't remember what I did for this fight. Yeah, I guess that works. Alright, not even an hour 30, and we're done with the fly. I guess nothing interesting is going to happen for the next couple of minutes, because we just have to do the banquet dialogue. So I guess if you've got questions, now's a good time. about this, that, or the other. So the only glitched weapon that we have not yet acquired that we will use is the cats. And the equipment glitch on cat is a little debatable. So I'm still fairly certain it saved time, but unlike the one in Hometown, because you have to weapon shop there anyway, and the one in Sema Fort earlier that we used to get Rand's glitched weapon that was 0 steps out of our way, here we're going to actually make a separate trip to the weapon shop, which is, I think it's 10 extra steps. Maybe 12. To get Cat her glitched weapon. So it only costs like 2 or 3 seconds to get Cat her glitched weapon. So it doesn't need to save much time. But it doesn't save much time. I think it saves about 3 seconds. So I remember doing some calculations and deciding that it was probably worth it by a little bit, but maybe it's not worth it by a little bit. It's very close. Yes, this part. I think we all feel that way. Who gets a chip to the vomitorium? I think it's Sten in the lead? Pretty sure. So I am definitely going to take a break from tassing for a while. But the nice thing is, now that I've done this once each I guess, once glitchless and once any percent, I don't expect the route will change much. If I can make improvements, they will be minor improvements, not major routing changes, I think. It's always possible that I missed something. I don't claim omniscience, but I'm pretty sure that I've got it mostly nailed. Dude, there's like a 3-minute delay between you and I? Oh, wow. Refresh the stream, maybe? We could always do the banana test if you want. The banana test is, I say banana, and then you type banana, and we see how long it takes for me. My internet? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. One of these days, I will move. One of these days I will move, and one of the conditions for the place that I choose to move to is it fucking has to have good internet. Like, I don't absolutely demand fiber, but it has to be better than this. Because, yeah, this internet is really just trash. Anything would be better than that. No offense taken. Trust me, I completely agree with you. Oh yeah, here's a clever thing. Here we used Rip with Sten to avoid attacking a second time and pushing Kuadora over his damage threshold. So there, Kuadora turn cancels at 800 health and at 400 health. So what we did was we pushed him down to about 850 and then used the dragon to jump both damage thresholds. I thought that was a very clever bit of routing. Janus's TAS does something similar, but it uses 2 dragons. So what he does is he uses 1 dragon to push down to about 500, and then the second dragon to kill and skip over the final damage threshold. But mine is faster. Yeah, no, stability is exactly the issue, and it has been an ongoing issue for months. And Bell says they can't do anything about it. And I'm actually inclined to believe them, because the internet infrastructure in this part of town is like, it's running on something like 70-year-old or 80-year-old phone lines. It's just not good. We actually had a Bell Tech come around last year, because for a while I couldn't stream at all. Our upload rate never really got over 1 megabyte a second, which is too low for streaming. Like, it's 3 now, and that's not really good enough, but, like, it's kind of okay. I can do streams like this, where it's not great, but at least it's doable. But 1 is just literally impossible. You can't stream with that. Well, yeah, they can, but they can't do a personal fix for me. They would actually need to upgrade their entire infrastructure, and I can't afford to pay them to do that. Your upload is 25? I mean, I would take 25 over 3. 25 would be great. I would love to have 25. But, yeah, the tech that we had around last year actually seemed like, it seemed both like he knew what he was doing and like he actually sincerely wanted to do a good job. So he looked at the lines in our house and also actually went around to the local hub, wherever it is. It's over on 3rd line somewhere. And basically he employed some black magic, and he said that like he squeezed every last drop out of it that he could for us. But without a major infrastructure upgrade by Bell, it was just never going to get any better than it is now, regardless of how much we pay. Like, it's just, it doesn't get better. Which is unfortunate, because it's really one of the only downsides about where we live. It's otherwise a really beautiful place. It's just the internet is garbage. But oh well. In the grand scheme of things, there are worse things to suffer through. But yeah, someday I will move and I will have better internet. One of my best friends lives in downtown Toronto, and she has fiber and basically has unlimited bandwidth, and I'm very jealous. So here's another example of the party swap setup. We want Jean in the front, and then we want to be able to swap Jean to Rand, and then Rand to Sten, and then Sten to Rand. The other unfortunate thing is that the unstable internet connection basically makes it impossible to play League of Legends, which I used to do from time to time. Basically, the problem with the internet is just regular, consistent, short, minor lag spikes. So like it will spike for a couple of seconds and then it's fine for like a minute, half a minute, then it spikes for a couple seconds. And it's very regular. It's a weird issue. I don't know what's causing it. I really don't have any technical expertise to even speculate at what could cause it. But the result is we have streams like this where it stutters intermittently, regularly, but intermittently, rather than being always bad or always good. It's just a regular spike of lag. And it makes League of Legends completely impossible to play because you're forever missing your last hits and walking into skill shots. It's awful. Fortunately, it's the only game I play that's really affected. The minor lag spikes for Teamfight Tactics are annoying, but it's still playable. And the other games I play are basically all offline. So at this point, we have done... In fact, not only have we done all of the shopping glitches, but we're actually done shopping. We don't shop again for the rest of the game. Getting the equipment glitch onto Cat at the end of Semafort was our final shop. We have all the items we want, we have all the equipment we want, we have all the glitched weapons we want. The only things we're going to pick up between now and the end of the game are... We're going to get the Charm Rod to fish up the Empire Sword, and then we're going to drop a Meow Staff, and that's it. We are otherwise totally set. Also, one very cute but very minor thing. The stack of urchins that you buy at the beginning of the game to manipulate the glitched weapons, that stack of urchins turns into the urchin that you need to fish up the Empire Sword. So you get double duty out of it. It's almost completely irrelevant, but I think it's cute. It only saves a couple of frames. Boop. Drought fight! Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you can dodge his attacks, so you just have to live with this Trout had taken money dialogue. Now, I don't exactly mean to peer pressure anybody in the chat, but I'm reflecting on the fact that it's been a long-ass time since I saw anybody run Breath of Fire 2 other than any percent. So Shokin did any percent yesterday, MCon does any percent regularly. I think Andy does any percent once in a long while. But I think the last person to run anything else was Shogun doing glitchless a year ago. Yes, I do mean to peer pressure people. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I definitely was lying. It would be really awful nice to see somebody run either glitchless or Brave Man. Going back to Breath of Fire for a bit? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I'm also happy to watch Breath of Fire 1 streams, but like Breath of Fire 2 glitchless and Brave Man, they're my babies. They're my horrible, terrible meme babies of suffering and much wailing and gnashing of teeth and so on. There's an extra spark of enjoyment that I get out of watching somebody run a category that I invented and routed myself. Not that I'm unhappy to watch regular any percent, because I do love Breath of Fire 2, but it's not quite the same. So if somebody would like to run one of my categories, that'd be excellent. I'm gonna find 13 hours and just go to Brave Man? Do it! It's so fun. I mean, it's horrible, but it's fun. It's very masochistic fun. And I mean, the routes exist. I guess I only have point form notes for the Brave Man route, but you can copy down my glitchless notes and then just make the minor modifications that you need for Brave Man. But I have the complete glitchless notes. The link to my notes is down below the stream, by the way, if anybody's interested. It's I have a full walkthrough. I actually have doubles. I have both a full written guide, and it's a learning guide. It's a walkthrough for speedrunning glitchless. Teaches you everything. And I also have the actual set of speedrun notes that I run from myself, which are much shorter, point form, basically. So that work is all done for you. The route is made. There are world record videos you can watch and learn from. There are notes for you. Both a learning guide and actual running notes. So it's all set up. It's just somebody needs to actually do it. Brave Man TAS when I'm feeling really cheeky. But the thing is a Brave Man TAS isn't that interesting, because the TAS already ignores most of the things that Brave Man skips. It would basically just be an any percent TAS without the glitched weapons. And that's not that interesting. Because the TAS does the solo fight anyway. It completely ignores the shaman mechanics, completely ignores township mechanics. The glitchless TAS already doesn't get blue. So it would either just be a glitchless TAS without dragons, or an any percent TAS without glitched weapons. And neither of those is very interesting. So I think I'm going to take a pass on the Brave Man TAS, because Brave Man is really, it's optimized for human running. The category is entertaining to actually watch real people run it and suffer. But as a TAS, it wouldn't be very interesting. And no, you will never get my pizza luck. This is true. I've completely acknowledged that I killed the category with my second run, which is funny. But, like, you can still get a PB. I think any sub 11 time for Brave Man is extremely respectable. But you should probably budget more than 11 for your first attempt. 13 hours for your first attempt sounds right. Yeah, no, that was amazing. Like, I don't know if you recall, but it wasn't just that. We got the Creon skip, first try shortcut in Thieves' Tomb, and first try pan pizza on Blueberry all in the same run. The only thing that we didn't first try was, I think it was 4 attempts on the Wildcat, which is a little below average. Like, that's worse than average. I think average is probably 3. So really the only thing in that Brave Man run that went a little bit sour was the Wildcat. But like in a run with that much RNG variance, having only one thing go awry is incredible. I don't ever expect I will top that time, and I probably won't even ever get it within 5 minutes of that time again. In case anybody here doesn't know what we're talking about, by the way, I ran Brave Man for the really lots of lore marathon back in, I think, April. You can find the basic VOD, although it's not very interesting, on my channel. It's just the video. Video and audio, but like it doesn't have the layout, it doesn't have the chat. You can find the better version of the video on the really longathon channel. It'll be a VOD. The link is available in the Breath of Fire speedrunning Discord if you want to join that. But I ran Brave Man for the Lots of Lore marathon and absolutely slaughtered it. We got the most incredible good luck, and Andy and Nora were commentating with me. I think you guys were there basically the whole time. And other than the Wildcat, which I think it killed me 3 times, maybe 2, I think 3. We just first tried everything, which is incredible for Brave Man. Normally Brave Man has a ton of resetting in it because the game just hates you. Like first try pizza plus Crayon Skip plus Thieves' Tomb. First try Thieves' Tomb, that's got to be like 1 in 1,000 or less to get that much good luck. You think you each took a break? Yeah, probably. 11-hour run, it's reasonable. I know I was friggin' starving by the end of it. So yeah, if you're going to run Glitchless or Brave Man, which you should, it'll be a great time. I promise I'll hang out in your chat. If you want, I can even hang out with you on stream by voice and commentate with you and coach. So when Shogun ran Glitchless, I hung out on Discord and coached him. I'm happy to do that for anybody else. But pack a lunch, because you don't get a break. So, Munmar. This is another one of those fights where I do not understand what Janus was thinking with his strat. To me, the obviously correct strat here is you have double hit holy weapons against Munmar. Very clearly, the optimal strategy is just kick him in the face. But for some reason, Janus used Dragon. I don't know why. It's weird. But you are going to be treated to a very, very efficient boss fight. Here we go. Efficiency. Also, can we be amused by the fact that Rand is a higher level than both Kat and Nina? I don't know if I've ever seen that in any other context. 1, 2, 3. And that's the fight. And Nina learns Exit right on time. So it does not get much more efficient than that. Boop. I really like this theme. I think this and The Dream are the only 2 times you hear it, but it's really nice. It's soothing, melodic. It sounds like an oboe. I mean, like, it's probably synthesized, but it sounds like an oboe. And we're just hitting the 2-hour mark. Another thing that you may not think of right away, but there's a few times in the game when you have to talk to an NPC who moves, so you can actually manipulate to have him move toward you as much as possible so you don't have to walk so far. So there I manipulated him walking down. You also can manipulate Kilgore in Hometown, because you have to talk to him with Bo. He's wandering around. And you can also do it for the kid in Inheart, and the guard in Cotland. And I think that's all of them. If there's any others, I'm not thinking of them right now. Just an extra little smidge of time save. And we're about to get to see the text glitch, which is cool. I actually don't know very much about it, but it's very easy to do. So I'll just shut up and let you watch, but it's very clear what's happening as soon as it happens. You can't miss it. Slightly unintended behavior. And that's it. Glitch is over now. Once you get into the fight, everything is back to being as it should be. So that was a combo of the text glitch and us having previously glitched a lot of money. I know, right? All what? I think that's the only place in the game where that happens. I'm not aware of it showing up anywhere else. Oh, I did use a W fruit here. Okay. So I guess this is the one fight where I use 2 dragons. So yeah, we just completely skipped the entire Upa-Rupa side quest. We went from Munmar to MC Tusk in less than 5 minutes. But yeah, the text glitch does look really trippy, doesn't it? You can also use that text glitch to set up the out of bounds glitch. I really don't know the details of the out of bounds glitch, and we have not yet found any useful way to incorporate it into a speedrun, human or TAS. But in theory, there is an out of bounds glitch in Breath of Fire 2, and this is how you set it up. How are you able to move during the cutscene anyway? Shrug. Bad coding. I have what I would call a very practical knowledge of Breath of Fire 2. I don't really know anything to speak of about the code. Like, I know a tiny bit, but most of what I can claim to know is really just secondhand from other people. Moving is only possible. No, I mean, you're moving before you select that dialogue. It's just something that's part of his particular text. For whatever reason, there's a little bit of space between his dialogue boxes, and every other place in the game where that space occurs, you can't move, and this one you can. Maybe they forgot to set a flag somewhere. I don't know. But I've never really delved into the game's code, and I can only repeat what I've heard other people say, and I can't vouch for how accurate it is. I have the user end perspective of the game. I can tell you what happens. Very, that's... Okay, grammar is hard. I can tell you what happens in excruciating detail, but not why. Because I'm not a programmer. But yeah, to my knowledge, that's the only place in the game where it happens, and it's nothing to do with a particular dialogue choice, it's just a quirk of his dialogue. For whatever reason, you can move before the second part of it, and that causes bugs, as you can see. Yeah. And of course, the code is all in hex, and I can't read that shit. So, one difference of interest, in the glitchless TAS, we come here with Jean instead of Rand, because it's a little bit faster to hop up the cliff than it is to roll up the cliff. But, in any percent, Rand is useful in combat, Jean is not. And also, After we're done in High Fort, we're going to roll down to Bleu's house and start the recruiting of Bleu. Because Bleu is much more useful in any percent than she is in Glitchless, because in any percent, you can attack up with the glitched weapons for some serious power. Whereas in Glitchless, attack up isn't useful until you get the Empire Sword, at which point you can get the Medusa Shield anyway, and getting the Medusa Shield is faster than getting Bleu. Am I going for the Medusa Shield as well? No, I am not. There's a little bit of extra utility to the Medusa Shield. So using the Medusa Shield is faster than casting attack up, because using an item doesn't include the spellcast animation. So every time you use attack up instead of a Medusa Shield, you lose like 1.8 seconds or something like that. But it's nowhere near enough to be worth getting the Medusa Shield. And you really need a non-blue... You need a Medusa Shield or a Medicate to do the solo Barberry fight with Ryu, which we want to do, because it's faster. But getting a Medusa Shield is quite a waste of time. We can just get a Medicate from one of the Monopeds in Nimifu's tower, because we have to do the 2 fights to get in the door anyway. So getting a Medicate drop there only costs like 4 or 5 seconds. Whereas going out of your way to fight a Knight Rider and then kill it to get the Medusa Shield, that costs you over half a minute. So we get the Medicate from Nimifu's tower, and Ryu uses the Medicate in his solo fight, and otherwise we just use Bleu for attack up. So no, we do not go for the Medusa Shield. It's different in Glitchless, because in Glitchless we want the Medusa Shield anyway, because we want Ryu to have the Medusa Shield for Barberry, because we want to use our Medicate for Rand's solo fight. Because in Glitchless, without the Medicate, Rand has to do his solo fight with Shave Ice, and that takes years. But with the glitched weapon, Rand doesn't need the Medicate for the Paladin, which means Ryu can use the Medicate, which means we don't as badly need a Medusa Shield. So it's interesting how multiple different factors stack up so that Glitchless really doesn't need Bleu. Even if you want to get Bleu, you still want the Medusa Shield anyway. And you don't mind dragging Jean around, getting him enough experience for Warp, because Ryu's your only meaningful damage dealer in Glitchless anyway. The other 3 party members don't matter. Might as well bring Jean. But in any percent, Ryu's actually not a very good damage dealer. You want to have like Randcat Sten. They're your good damage dealers with the glitched weapon, so you don't want to drag Jean around to boss fights. So there's sort of like 2 or 3 different angles, all of which lean toward get Bleu in any percent, skip Bleu in Glitchless. Like here, in Glitchless, we'd rather bring Jean than Rand, because frog hopping to High Fort is faster than Rand rolling. And if you bring Jean, then when you leave High Fort, Jean has Warp, and you can immediately warp from High Fort back to Tunlin. But in any percent, we want to bring Rand, because Rand will help us with the Portal and the Shoop Cave fights. He'll let us use more punching instead of dragons. And then we also want to Rand roll down to get Bleu, and there Rand rolling is faster than frog hopping. So we don't want to bring Jean. So it all sort of lines up. It's kind of cool. It's a really neat parallel between the 2 runs. Boop. Now, this is one of the things that actually motivated me to do the any percent speedrun, is there were a whole bunch of choices in glitchless that, like, I'm fairly certain I made the correct choices, but it's not like it was clearly best by a matter of minutes. There were many choices that were pretty close, one way or the other. And the change from glitchless to any percent, even though in some sense it's a fairly minor change, switching from glitched weapons instead of dragons, like, yeah, you're saving time on boss fights, but it's not that fundamental a change. Many things still look fairly similar between the two runs, but all these little things add up. And so the small choices that were close, that fell one way in glitchless, they fall a different way in any percent. So you get these two similar looking routes with all of these little points of divergence based on ultimately fairly small factors, rather than having one route that veers off in one direction and is clearly optimal for that category, and another route that goes off in a completely different direction that's obviously optimal for the other category. They stay pretty close, which I find makes for a really interesting contrast, rather than just having two basically unrelated tasks of the same game. As a point of interest, we are also coming up on the halfway mark. The halfway mark, I think, is 217. What would that be? $217.28, I think. So this is another example of me having the party order set up to work in a convenient way. I have Rand in the back here, so when we're done in High Fort, I can just swap once and have Rand in front to roll down to High Fort. Or, I'm sorry, to Blue's house. I tried to see if I could get through this room with only one encounter, and it's tantalizingly close, but not quite. You can get very, very, very close to the stairs, but you can't quite avoid the second encounter, which is kind of tragic. Maximum efficiency. This is another gratifyingly efficient fight. Get him! Got him. The advantage of that fight there is because I need no dragons, I didn't have to go into the menu after the portal to restore Ryu's mana. Because that itself takes 2 seconds or so. So in that fight, rather than 8 seconds, the dragon is really a 10-second dragon because of the extra menu time. So that is... it's a combination of the Munmar fight and that fight. Those are the two main benefits of getting Cat, her glitched weapon. And I think between the two of them, it justifies taking the time to glitch for Cat in Seema Fort. Okay. And we're done with the monkeys. Actually, we're not quite done with Sten, because we still have to do Mount Maori. But we're coming up on the Queen, which is easily the most hateful section of the TAS, and you can share in my suffering. Alright. Time to go and recruit a beautiful snake goddess. This is a role that you don't normally get to see in a speedrun. Another consideration is you really want to take Kat or Nina to High Fort, because you need Kat or Nina in the party to do the Mount Maori thing, because you need a woman to talk to Ged. So if you don't take either Kat or Nina, then you have to do an extra dragon menu to swap the party. There's another little optimization. So we're actually going to have this exact party until after the Queen. And then we'll party change to get Rand and Spar. That'll be Rand Spar Blue. Oh yeah, this looks a little bit silly. We have to just wait a little bit of time for the town to roll over to day there. Not long enough to be worth using Time Warp. So you just pause. Is it better to get blue with any percent versus glitchless? Yeah. So it's a twofold thing. Blue uses attack up, that's the main reason to get her. The warp spell isn't so important because you can use warp with Jean in glitchless. But it's a twofold thing. You would rather take somebody else over Jean in any percent because Jean is useless for damage, and if you bring somebody with a glitched weapon, they're much more useful. So in any percent, you have an incentive to not bring Jean, whereas in glitchless it doesn't matter. Ryu's your only damage dealer anyway. And also, Bleu's attack up is much more useful early on because you have the glitched weapons, and attack upping a glitched weapon is very good. Whereas in glitchless, the attack up isn't really useful until you have the Empire Sword. Because for attack up to matter, you need to have a good weapon to be buffing in the first place. Just buffing a random garbage weapon from Schema Fort is pretty weak. So it's an extra incentive to have Bleu, because having attack up earlier is better, and an extra incentive to not bring Jean, because you'd rather bring along better characters. So for example, the most obvious example is in Glitchless. You take Spar, Nina, Jean to Memory Tower, where Nina is there for exit, Spar is there because you need to have Spar, and Jean is there to hop. And so every character is doing something. But if you want to bring Rand and have attack up for him so you can punch Arahamel, because that's a much faster strat than just using all dragons, then I guess it doesn't really make sense. To have attack up in the first place, you need to have Bleu. So it all ties together. It is a little bit funny that we get Bleu and then don't actually use her much for a while. So you use Warp to go from Mount Maori to Tunlin a couple times, but after High Fort, the next boss fight isn't until Arahamel. So we have Bleu in the party, but we don't actually have much use for her. So the improvement of Bleu over Jean, because Jean would have Warp anyway if we were using Jean, it's not obvious for a little while. But like when you compare our Arahamel fight or our S-Golem fight to what's done in Glitchless, it's very clear that, yeah, no, Bleu is absolutely worth getting. Saves a ton of time. And the slightly less obvious is it also saves time. Getting Bleu, funnily enough, saves time before you get Bleu, because it means we don't need to bring Jean, or rather, we don't want to bring Jean along to the earlier boss fights, like Munmar, MC Tusk, Portal, Shupke. If you want to use Jean for Warp, you have to bring Jean to all 4 of those fights, and we don't want to, because our strats for most of those fights involve everybody punching. So like our Munmar strat was Cat attack, Rand attack. And you can't bring Cat, Rand, Jean because you need Nina for exit. So if we bring like Cat, Nina, Jean, or Rand, Nina, Jean, then we have to give Munmar an extra turn of attacks. Or we have to use a dragon, and they're both slower. So if you want to bring Jean to Munmar, you're losing 3 or 4 seconds. And then the same thing with Shupke. Our Shupke strat was just punch from Cat, punch from Sten, punch from Rand. If we bring Jean over one of those characters, then Shupke gets an extra turn, or we need to do a dragon, which will involve an extra menu. So by not bringing Jean to the earlier boss fights, you save several seconds. but then you don't have Warp on Jean, so you need to get Bleu to compensate. But you also want to have Bleu because the earlier attack up will then help for our Hamel and Esgolem. So it all ties together. I think that is the only time in the run that we actually do an encounter reset by screen transitioning, but the screen transition is much quicker than the fight transition, so you take it. I just don't think it's available anywhere else. I missed my mushroom split, motherfucker. I was just thinking. So, when I finished this a couple of days ago, I posted on Discord, like, okay, that's it. The any % task is done. I'm free. I am absolutely not touching a task again for at least, like, another 2 days. Because, evidently, I have no willpower. And just watching this is already making me want to go back and redo the glitchless tasks. So this task, I'm not aware of any major improvements. I am aware of a few minor improvements, and like once you make one minor improvement, then your RNG has changed, so you can redo all of the boss fights. And in the process, I'm sure I can optimize some of them a little bit more, but I expect that now the available time save for this task, without a new discovery, I think the time frame, or the time saves are now measured in seconds rather than measured in minutes. But the glitchless task still has time saves that are measured in minutes. I expect that if I tried to optimize the glitchless task, I could knock off another like 1.5 to 2 minutes. Whereas if I tried to optimize this, I think I'd be lucky to even knock off 20 seconds. So watching this is kind of making me want to go back to the glitchless task again, and clearly I'm doomed. I'm doomed to just an eternal cycle of optimizing Breath of Fire 2 tasks. I'm never escaping. So here the goal is just get through the fights as fast as possible, which usually means fighting enemies that run away. And I also want to avoid getting an extra level on Ryu. This is a mistake I made in the glitchless task, is I got Ryu to level 16, and then I needed to do an extra menu before the Arahamel fight, because he no longer had enough mana. Like, he wasn't at full mana anymore, so his dragon was weaker. We would really prefer to not get lead-off attacks in here, because first you have to sit through the lead-off dialogue, and then you have to waste a turn defending before the enemies will run. But it's not up to you. You have to take the fights the game gives you, and sometimes the game will only give you a lead-off, so you take the lead-off. But it's really hard to optimize this stuff. I am pleased to report that the internet quality has gotten much better in the last half an hour. You may have noticed. But we've been sitting at 48,000 frames dropped for quite a while now, and is no longer increasing significantly. So hopefully the latter half of the task will be less choppy than the former half. But everybody who stuck around and just lived with the video quality, thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of your sacrifice. So this was kind of a stroke of luck. We walked 4 steps and we immediately got a perfect encounter. Well, perfect would be a single jelly, a single fatty with no lead off, but 2 fatties with no lead off is just about as good. So here we actually got the 2 encounters we needed, and we're only halfway through the room. We actually could have walked further. So our RNG was actually so good that it was almost wasteful in that room. We would have liked to take some of our luck and transfer it elsewhere, but we ain't got that kind of power, so oh well. Yeah, same thing here. We didn't actually need to get these 2 fights at the same time. It was okay to just have 1 fight, and then we could take the other fight on the way back. But we got good fights, so might as well take them. Hey, Pax! New TAS route uses blue? Well, any percent TAS route uses blue. My best glitchless route still doesn't use blue. So, unfortunately, I just explained this because Nora asked, but I can explain it again because nobody else is chatting. It's a 2 or 3-fold thing. There are several factors that all point you toward using blue in glitchless and not in... Sorry, using blue in any percent, but not in glitchless. So, half of it, funnily enough, is before blue is even recruited. If you want to use Jean for warp, you have to bring Jean to Munmar, MC Tusk, Portal, and Shupke. And Munmar and Shupke, at least, and I think MC Tusk as well, you would prefer to do those fights just using punches. So our strat against Munmar is crit from Cat, crit from Rand, dead Munmar. And that's it. That's no dragons required. Just 3 hits and he's dead. Cat hit, Rand hit. Because our glitched weapons are double hits. And you need to bring Nina for exit. So if you want to bring Jean to Munmar, then you can't do the 3-punch 1-round strat. You have to either use a dragon or give Munmar a second turn, either of which is slower. And same thing on Shupke. The Shupke plan is basically the same. Cat crit, sten crit, Rand hit. And if you bring Jean, you have to give her an extra turn. Can't do that. So both of those fights would be meaningfully slower if you brought Jean. And then after, so if you don't bring Jean, then you need to get Bleu for warp. But you also want to get Bleu for attack up, because as you'll see, our strats for Aruhamel and for the entire Farm Town sequence, both the like stumps, bushes, and the S Golem, our strats for all of those include attack up punches with Rand. So we want to bring Bleu. And as an upside, if we get Bleu, then we don't need to manipulate a Medusa shield. That's not really true in Glitchless. In Glitchless, even if you get Bleu, you still kind of want a Medusa shield, because you need something for Ryu to solo Borrowberry. In any percent, you can use a Medicate that you manipulate in Nimifu's Tower. In Glitchless, you really want to use that Medicate for Rand's Paladin fight, so you either have to manipulate a second Medicate, which would take quite a bit of time, or get the Medusa shield. So in Glitchless, you can manipulate one Medicate, and then either a second Medicate and get Bleu, but Bleu doesn't save you that much time because you can just use Jean for warp, and you also don't need attack up as early in Glitchless, because in Glitchless, attack up isn't useful until you have the Empire Sword, whereas in any percent, attack up is useful right away because you have the glitched weapons. So in any percent, it's more of a sacrifice to get experience on Jean to teach Jean warp, whereas in Glitchless, it's more of a sacrifice to get Bleu. So you have like all of these different vectors that all point toward Bleu in any percent, Jean in Glitchless. So it's very neat. But you'll see when we get to our Aruhamel fight that like the Glitchless strat is, I think it's 3 dragons, and a dragon on Aruhamel requires a pair of W fruits or a Wise Ball. So our Aruhamel strat is, I think it's 3 dragons. In Glitchless, it's 3 dragons, 4 W fruits, and a crit Sonic Boom. The first dragon is about 8 seconds, subsequent dragons are about 14 seconds because of the extra 6 seconds using W fruits. And the Sonic Boom crit is another 6 seconds, 5 seconds. And then you're giving Aruhamel 3 turns. You can compare that to what we're going to do in any percent with the glitched weapons. It's way, way more efficient. Now, as a trade-off, we have to Rand roll here instead of frog hopping, and the frog hopping is a little faster. Like, it's a second faster, I think, frog hopping rather than Rand rolling. Gandaroof! Yeah, fucking Gandalf here. Good choice of name. So using Rand roll instead of frog hopping does cost a couple of seconds, but having Rand against Aruhamel, you'll see just how much faster it is. It's not even close. Plus it means we get to scorn Jean, and we all love scorning Jean. It also means that we can just use this party unchanged for farming in Farm Town. Whereas, if you bring Jean here, then you need to party swap immediately to put Jean back in the party, and it's more efficient to do it this way. There, forget your magic! Yeah. Upcoming crab hands. Unfortunately, you won't see the crab hands. The crab hands are very, very slow. We're just going to make him punch us. So a part of the fun of routing this TAS is like optimizing your party swaps so that you have to do as little swapping around as possible. So we took the same party. We took the same party into the whale, and then the MC Tusk fight, and then did a party swap, took it to High Fort, got recruited Bleu, only switched Bleu out for a party member, did Mount Maori, did the Queen, swapped here to get Rand and Spar, and then we're going to do Memory Tower, Sky Tower, and Farm Town, all without a party swap. So we can basically do the entire middle third of the game with, I think, only 2 party swaps. Also, yeah, check these giant crits! Big, juicy crits. I know, all his animations are great. Any plans to run Brave Man soon? Funny you should mention that. Earlier in the stream, I was trying to peer pressure other people into running either Glitchless or Brave Man, like Pax. Pax, who just moved to a new place and just got his brand fresh spanking new internet installed. Pax, how do you feel about streaming? Also, hey Kiko, his fusion form is kind of weird. Who's fusion? I mean, many of the fusion forms look kind of weird, but... you want to see that Crayon skip again? How about a Crayon skip, first try Thieves' Tomb skip, and then first try Pan Pizza on Borrowberry? Yeah, Rand turns into a little red runt thing with a horn. Yeah, no, the absolutely god tier incredible luck in my Brave Man run was unreal, and I'm probably never beating it. In fact, I'm probably never even getting within 5 minutes of beating it. But I still encourage other people to run it. My next speedrunning goal, now that I'm done the TASes, is going to be getting a respectable any % time live. So one of the reasons that I did the any % TAS was I really needed to learn the mechanics of the glitches so that I could do a good any % run. So now I have familiarized myself with how the glitches work, and I have a bit of a feel for the amount of damage that the glitched weapons put out, so I'll probably be able to learn the glitchless run fairly efficiently. The Brave Man is also the Lucky Man. Yeah. But I have a full and complete... In fact, I have a full guide for learning the glitchless route and a complete set of speedrunning notes for the glitchless route. And I have a set of speedrunning notes, although not a full guide for the Brave Man route. So if anybody feels like picking up either the glitchless or the Brave Man speedruns and then speedrunning it, I am happy to help you in this endeavor. I have notes for you. I can hang out in your Twitch chat. I can hang out in a Discord call and coach you if you like. But Glitchless and Brave Man they're my babies, my categories. And I would be delighted to see other people running them. I see the learning any % world record run. Yeah, good meme. I have no expectation that I'm ever going to hold the any % world record. MCon is just really way too good. But I can get a respectable time. I can at least get within a few minutes of the any % world record. Right now, I think I'm an hour and a half off. I think I have only ever completed 2 any % runs ever. Oh, and missed the split. God damn it. Boop. Bap. Bop. The reason for that is Rand is the only one of these 3 characters that doesn't have a spell cast animation. So Rand casting Thunder is faster than Bleu casting Bomb. Bop. Bap. I did test it, and with the guaranteed crits, this is actually faster than using Attack Up with Bleu. So the Attack Up spell combined with Bleu's cast animation takes about 8 seconds, and a physical attack takes about 3 seconds. So for Attack Up to be worth using, it has to save you 3 attacks. And using Attack Up in that fight doesn't bring it from 5 hits down to 2 hits, it brings it from 5 hits down to 3 hits, so it's not worth doing. B team %, Jean Postin. Oof. I think really the B team % should be Jean-Beau Spar. Because as much as I like Spar, he's really friggin' useless in the speedrun. Sten at least gets a little bit of use and has a decent physical attack. The real rejects are Jean-Beau Spar. With that party, you're just never dealing damage, ever. Alright, here come the punches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rip. And 5. So the reason I hit Spar in the face there rather than finding a dodge was that fight gives Spar a level at which he learns a spell. So the level up spell text, or the level up text plus the learn a spell text takes longer than actually just getting hit in the face. It's not even a good spell, I think it's defense up or something. You don't actually need Jean for this. You could leave Spar in the party and then Rand roll all the way around. But Rand rolling around to Namanda is so much slower that it's actually faster to just swap the party, even though the party swap is out of your way. It's just that rolling all the way around these cliffs just takes way too long. Oh, the Gong minigame? It gives you the Boombada spell, which is the very traditional gravity spell that does percent damage. It cuts the enemy's health in half. I think it cuts every enemy's health in half. And as with any gravity spell, it doesn't do anything to bosses and is therefore completely useless. Anyway, behold this incredibly efficient paladin. The reason for the defend there, that looks funny. Like, he defended and I defended, and that looks like it's just a waste of time. The thing is the paladin's first turn, he almost always casts a spell. And that wastes quite a bit of time. And so having him defend instead of using a spell is much faster. The catch is if he defends, then you do less punching damage. And without the defend, you can kill him in 4 hits. And if you punch him while he's defending, now you kill him in 5 or 6 hits. So punching him while he's defending doesn't actually make the fight take any fewer hits. So like even if you attack while he's defending, you're still going to have to punch 4 times after that, or at least 3 times. So it's actually faster. Like, he gets the same number of turns. All that happens is that you do the same amount of damage and more punches. So the way that you get around his first turn spellcast without actually taking any extra hits to kill him is to just do the defend on turn 1, which looks extremely funny, but I think it's optimal. Also, sub 3 Paladin. How's that for quick? Also, Highborn, hi! Not sure if you've just been lurking, or if you just got here. Yeah, here we have to change because we need Nina in the party. And just as with a regular speedrun, we take Cat as well, because Cat will be needed afterward for the Kotland stuff. So it's going to go Windia, which is Nina's solo section, fly to Evray, do the escape, do the fishing, fly back to Kotland. So Blue isn't actually needed for any of that. Oh, also the Thieves' Tomb, but Blue's not needed there either. So the next boss fight that Blue participates in is actually in Bando. So until Bando, there's no benefit to having Bleu in the team here, but she is useful in Bando, and there's no other need to change the party before Bando. So by taking Bleu here now, once we get to the Bando section, Cat leaves the party, we have Bleu, Nina, Ryu, which is what we want anyway. So this is the correct setup. Should see your 11-hour glitchless PB. I'm still waiting for your 11-hour glitchless PB packs. One of these days, right? Okay, and this is the last of the glitches, I think. It's also the most minor. We just get a cheeky little boulder clip right through. This fight actually took me a long time to find the right frame. Anyway, having found it, it is then a rather anticlimactic fight. It is a bit, isn't it? I mean, there's only so interesting the fight can be when it's a solo fight, but it's still a little bit weak. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I don't think anything interesting happens now for a little while. We get to see the toucan skip once we're in Evray, but that's a little way off still. This is another of the big plot segments. There's just tons of dialogue. On the upside, less than an hour and a half until I can go have lunch. Would it be a good time for a fun math fact? Yeah, sure, hit me. Alright, so if you're redeeming some cool math, let's see, I gotta think of something. Math is for nerds. That is a fun fact. Alright, let me think of something. Okay, so... Oh, hey, Matt. So, Matt, are you the Matt I think you are? Are you Matthew? Given the name and the time at which you follow the channel, I think you're who I'm yeah, okay, you are who I'm thinking of. Matthew is one of my students. Or Matthew was one of my students last year. Matthew is also a gigantic nerd, so welcome. It's only a matter of time until Matthew is better at math than I am. So, Matt, you'll actually recognize this example, because it was one of the bonus problems. It was actually the first bonus problem back at the very beginning of your year. It's a demonstration of why the formal definition of limit is important. So if you take any high school math, the notion of limit that you work with is it's what the function approaches as you get close to some value. So if you have the function y equals 2x, then as x approaches 1, the limit of y is 2, because it's what the values approach. And that's fine for easy functions, but once you get to university math, you then learn the much more formal definition, which is for every epsilon greater than 0, there's a delta greater than 0, such that whenever y is within epsilon of the limit, L, then x is within delta of the value a. And to most people, at first, that makes no sense and seems way unnecessarily complicated. So here's the demonstration of why it's important. Define a function on the interval 0 to 1 in the following way. At any irrational number, like 1 over root 2 or whatever, the function is 0. Easy. At any rational number, in other words, any fraction, an integer over another integer, you define the function to be 1 over whatever the denominator was. So if you want to take f at 3/4, you keep the denominator 4, and the numerator is changed to a 1. So f at 3/4 is a quarter. F at 3 over 7 would be 1 over 7. So all of your inputs are between 0 and 1, and all of your outputs are between 0 and 1. And because the rationals and the irrational numbers are all mixed, the technical term is dense. In between any two rational numbers, there are an infinite number of irrationals and vice versa. So what you get is you get a whole bunch of zeros along the bottom at all of the irrational points, and at all of the rational points, you get isolated points above 0. So the highest point, the highest points are at 0 and 1, because you have 0 over 1 and 1 over 1. Those are the extrema. Then the next highest point is at a half. It's 1/2, 1/2. The next highest points are f at 1/3 is a third, and f at 2/3 is 1/3. So you have all of these isolated scattered points corresponding to the rational numbers. And the question is, where is this function continuous? And this is why you need the formal definition of limit, because if you only have the informal idea of it's what the y values are approaching, you can't really make any sense of approaching, because there's no nice intervals where the function is easily defined the way like y equals 2x is. It's not really clear, because if you want to look at the points that are near x equals a half, there are a bunch of them that are 0 and a bunch of them that are non-zero, and they jump around. So if you don't have the formal definition, it's very unclear what the limit here should be. With the formal definition, and I'm not going to say the whole thing out loud, but with the formal definition, you can clearly show that the function is continuous at every irrational point, all of the ones that come out 0, and it's discontinuous at every rational point. But it's not enough to just think that's the escape split. It's not just because there's like a whole bunch of zeros, so it quote-unquote looks like a solid line at 0. That's not the reason. Because, yeah, thanks, Highborn. You can do the same thing, but instead of like 1 over the denominator, you can do a simpler version. You can say at irrational numbers it's 0, and at rational numbers it's 1. And then you have what looks like a solid line at 0 and what looks like a solid line at 1. But now the function is discontinuous everywhere. And that is counterintuitive. The continuity at the irrational points, the one that come out at 0, those, whether they're continuous or not doesn't depend on the zeros, it depends on the other points. The other points are all well above 0. They're isolated points above 0, so you might think naively it shouldn't matter whether it's isolated points at 1 or isolated points at some fractions. They're isolated points, it should be discontinuous, but that's not how it works. And to really make sense of it, you need the formal definition. So that is the classic example that I always show to students Not necessarily always first year students, because it is a tricky example for first year. But certainly any third year intro to real analysis class will definitely see an example like that that demonstrates that continuity really depends on the formal definition of a limit, and if you have a strange function, that you can't eyeball it. You actually need to work with the formal definition. Cat having a seizure breaking boulders. Yeah, there's a short input break between each boulder. So once you've broken one boulder, you get movement control back, but you can't actually use your stick bop again for a short amount of time. So while you're locked out of the Y input for your stick break, I just wiggle back and forth because why not? Yeah, praise Tiga. Yeah, that's a little less fun than the last one. The last one, I think, is a little, what's the word I want? There's a phrase for this. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. The last math fact was a little more accessible. That's the word I want. A little more accessible to a casual audience, because this one, the formal definition of the limit is something that really the casual audience isn't going to wrap your head around. Yeah, easier to grasp. Accessible was the word I was trying to think of, but yeah, easier to grasp says the same thing. So here is our first try. Find the shortcut. Nice and quick. The spiky spheres thing is basically anybody can follow that until the end, and the point of the punchline is that it's mind bending, but like your mind isn't bent until right at the end. But the limit thing is cool too. Esoteric math knowledge with potential. Hey, I mean, I spent a decade studying math. I should get something out of it. Yeah, that's the goal with the fun math facts. I don't really, for it to be sufficiently fun, sort of by definition, a casual audience can't really follow it. If it's something that you can follow with just elementary school math, then it's not really fun in the first place. It's just arithmetic. But the goal is to tell a good story that's entertaining, even though the casual audience can't follow a piece. There's always at least one piece that you can't get, or like most people won't get. It's different for Matthew and me and other people who actually study math. They get the whole story, and then the appreciation is a little bit different. I did just miss the evidence split, so I guess we're skipping that one. Who needs a split? This is 2020. Yeah, I know. But it's a bit of a hobby. So many people are of the opinion that basically math it's boring and for nerds, and like normal people, quote unquote, can't appreciate it. And I think that is entirely fucking false. So I like to collect cute little math facts like that can be shared with a wider audience and actually appreciated for something. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the fun math facts. The degrees are just for show. It's the fun math facts that are really important. Okay, so we've got the Empire Sword. We're going to skip the Medusa Shield. And this is one of the... I guess it's another of the main divergences between this... Hey, Flora! Yeah, Flora, I'm afraid you did just miss a math fact. Actually, you've missed two so far. Yeah, a little booklet. I only have the booklet mentally, but absolutely... A few pages just fun math facts for parties. Absolutely, great idea. The two math facts you've missed, Flora. I guess Matt missed one as well. The first one was 10-dimensional spheres are spiky, and the second one was the formal definition of limits is important. Those were the two math facts. Cerberus, that's cute. I like it. I hadn't heard that before. I gather we're assuming a cylindrical pizza. Frig, now I want pizza. Ugh. Actually, I think we are planning to have pizza in a day or two. Matt, if you're getting a start in that booklet, the spiky 10-dimensional spheres one is a fantastic story. Basically, everybody can appreciate it, and it's just completely mind-bending and counterintuitive. Is it kind of like nobody would believe you until you actually show it to them, and then it's like, whoa. Yeah. Is this a relay speedrun? This is a tool-assisted speedrun, which means that my hands are off the keyboard. I have programmed a series of inputs to play the game as quickly as possible. So for an RPG, the main difference in a tool-assisted speedrun is since you have frame-perfect control, and like you can go back and retry things until you find an optimal path through the game, you can basically control the RNG. So when I fight bosses, you'll see that bosses are using like their quickest animations, and I'm dodging everything, and I'm critting on every attack because I'm manipulating the random number generator. So that's a tool-assisted speedrun. Is it about smooth? Oh, the spiky sphere thing? So I guess I'm going to repeat the math fact from earlier. The idea is you take a square with side length 4, and you pack 4 radius 1 circles into it in the obvious way. And inside those 4 circles, you can embed a smaller circle in the middle that doesn't overlap them. So your square now contains 5 radius 1 circles, and then inside those 4 circles a 5th one. And you can use some trigonometry to compute the radius of that inner circle. And then you do it again in 3 dimensions. You take a cube, cube with side length 4, and you fit 8 spheres with radius 1 in the obvious way. And in between the 8 spheres, you put the biggest sphere you can fit without overlapping. And again, you can use some Pythagorean theorem, I think, is all you need. You can compute the radius of the inner sphere. And what's weird, and this is a counterintuitive thing, is the radius of the side length of the square or cube or whatever doesn't change. It's always 4. The radius of the 2 to the n spheres that you pack in the obvious way, those are always radius 1. But the radius of the inner one that you pack in the middle at the end, that increases going from 2 to 3 dimensions. And in fact, it increases every extra dimension you put in. And by the time you get up to 10 dimensions, the radius of the inner sphere that fits inside the 2 to the 10 spheres packed inside your 10-dimensional hypercube with side length 4, the radius of that inner sphere in the middle is bigger than 2. Which means that your inner sphere, while it's packed inside the 4 or the 2 to the 10 spheres that are themselves packed inside the cube, that innermost sphere packed inside the spheres packed inside the cube, it reaches outside the cube. It's poking out through the gaps between the spheres. And in our limited 3-dimensional human brains, the only way we can really picture that is the sphere must be spiky. It's poking out through the gaps, even though it's contained. That was the first math fact. And it's just a simple consequence of the radius calculation. Like when you write down the Pythagorean theorem to compute the radius of that inner sphere, I think it's the square root of the dimension or something like that. You can draw the picture and work it out for yourself. It's the kind of thing, like, the actual calculation involved is high school level. It's just that it's a very, very, very counterintuitive result. It is insane. That's why I love it. It makes a fantastic story. And it's something that until the mind-bending twist at the end, anybody can follow it. Because it's just elementary plane geometry. Absolutely nothing interesting. Until suddenly you've broken the rules of reality. Which is what makes it such a good story. Oh, are we getting raided? We're getting fucking raided. That's what's happening. Hello, everyone. I can't actually see whose raid that is because I'm not looking at the chat directly. I'm looking at the chat that's embedded in the stream. So if somebody can tell me whose raid that was, then I can thank them. That was a Shogun raid. Okay. That's going in the book? Yeah, no, that's probably my best fun math fact. It's all downhill from there. Thank you for the raid, Shogun. Welcome everybody from Shogun's stream. We are both simultaneously playing and not playing Breath of Fire 2 as fast as possible. We're playing it in that clearly we're playing it. We're not playing it because my hands are off the keyboard. I did the playing over the past month. So this is, depending on how you want to look at it, this is the culmination of either 4 weeks of work or 8 months of work. This is the second tool-assisted speedrun I've made for Breath of Fire 2. The first one was glitchless and took me 7 months. This one uses the glitches and only took an extra 4 weeks because most of the 7 months was the learning curve. Once I knew what I was doing, it then didn't take that long. But it took me a long time to figure out what I was doing. But yeah, we are approaching the end rapidly. There is only just over an hour left. Schrodinger's playing. Yeah, that's a good one. So that menu there, where after the Necroman I exited out of Bando, that was actually my last opportunity to use the Wise Ball. But at the time, I thought that I would want the Wise Ball before Barberry, and I was mistaken. So, how long does it take typically to set one of these up? I really don't have a frame of reference. I'm not involved in the tool-assisted speedrunning community. I've watched a few, but I have never been involved in making any or even really spoken to other people that have made any, except this one. Like, I've made my own, but I have no idea how long it takes other people. Improvements for next time. Yeah, exactly. It's a very, 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 very minor improvement. Handful of frames. So first of all, I guess making a tool-assisted speedrun for an RPG is very different from making a tool-assisted speedrun for a platformer or an action game. The platformers and the action games, the tool-assisted speedrun is very much like optimizing movement. Whereas the tool-assisted speedrun for an RPG, it's about optimizing luck. So it's fundamentally, it's a very different exercise. I don't know what the comparison is like, and I also don't know how much time it normally takes other people to do TASs for RPGs. This is not really a community I've been a part of. Which is kind of funny, because the other person who's done TASs for Breath of Fire 2 has it the other way around. He's an active member of the tool-assisted speedrunning community, and he's made TASs for several other games, but he never bothered to actually interact with the speedrunning community for Breath of Fire 2. So his TAS, while like it's a nice, clean-looking TAS, it's clearly made by somebody who knows a fair bit about TASs. It's also clearly made by somebody who didn't know some stuff about Breath of Fire 2. So the other guy, Janus, his TASs have some really significant time losses that aren't anything to do with tool-assisted speedrunning. It's just there's regular, ordinary human speedrun strats that he didn't know about that save you minutes. So it's sort of an amusing little competition, I guess, in a sense. Which is better, getting a speedrunner to make a TAS or getting a TASer to make a TAS for a game that he hasn't speedrun? But absolutely, my ability to optimize this TAS is completely based on the fact that I already know this game inside out and backward from speedrunning it for a few years. Because routing my ordinary human speedruns, my RTA speedruns, all of that work made me really familiar with the game's mechanics in a way that is incredibly useful for a TAS. And if I tried to make a TAS for any other game, it would be so much harder. It would take me way longer, and the result would be way worse. Because I would first, before I even started the TAS, I would first have to learn the game inside out. Collab? You know, you would think that would be the obvious answer, and I offered, and Janus was just not interested. Which, frankly, I find a little bit weird. But I mean, if he doesn't want to take advantage of all of our knowledge, then I guess he can eat dirt while I take his world record. There's no skin off my back. But, so for comparison, a few months ago, or maybe, I guess even only like 1 or 2 months ago, Janus submitted a new any percent TAS. So the first Breath of Fire 2 tasking ever was done in 2010. And he did several iterations of a TAS in 2010, and that was before the glitches were discovered. Then there's a big wait. And then in 2019, I started working on a glitchless TAS. And at the time, nothing had been touched in tassing for Breath of Fire 2 in 9 years. And then shortly before I finished my glitchless TAS, Janus submitted a new any percent TAS that he had probably been working on for a month or two, because on YouTube he ran across Andy's weapon glitch. Yeah, it was a long time ago. So he discovered Andy's weapon glitch on YouTube and started working on an update to his old run, now clearly any percent because it was using the weapon glitches. And he submitted his any percent run about a month before I submitted my glitchless run. His any percent run was 4:46. My glitchless run was 4:44. So even without using the glitches, I was faster than his best time using the glitches. And that's because of the game knowledge that he was just lacking. And so once I submitted that, he retracted his submission and said that he was going to update his any percent TAS with the new tech. And I offered to collaborate with him. And he wasn't interested. And I haven't seen anything posted by him since, so I don't know where he is. But the last word I had from him was that he was going to be submitting his own new any percent run once he had finished updating it with the stuff that he could learn from watching my glitchless TAS. But he hasn't submitted anything yet, and I beat him to it with the any percent thing, so unless he can beat this time, he's shit out of luck. Anyway, that's the story. It's kind of weird. First to publish. Yeah, I admit I hadn't thought about it that way, but you're totally right. Show me the moves. So the reason for the agility down there is otherwise we have to finagle around with healing Ryu after the first Ether Breath, Ether Storm. And then, like, first of all, you have to sit through 2 of these, and these are slow. So it's faster and easier just to use the agility down. Also, rip Rand, rip Nina, not rip Blue. So I could have kept Rand alive here if I wanted, but I didn't. I did not want. All we need to finish this dungeon is Ryu and Blue. Level 14 Nina? Yup. Nina got smacked into the dirt. Nina is not going to participate in any more combat for the rest of the game. She's going to be dead on the floor, and then she's going to be not in the party. I can give you spoilers now. We're going to end the game with Ryu at level 20. We're going to smack Death Heaven around with level 20 Ryu and level 17 Cass. TAS is better than Banish? Yeah. You're going to see just how much better TAS is than Banish. How many encounters do we get in Infinity? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 5 encounters in all of Infinity, both halves. And the last one of those is the Karms that we're manipulating the Meow Staff from. No, I know exactly what you mean, Shogun. The item drops are determined before the fight. So when you're manipulating a particular drop, you're not manipulating in combat, you're manipulating before the combat. Like, you have to start the fight on the correct frame. Which is friggin' annoying, by the way, because you can't see whether you've got that drop until you've ended the fight. So when you're trying to manipulate for a random drop, you have to actually play through the fight every time. It's a real pain. Also, yeah, everybody get your Bible thumps ready. Now I forget what ended up being faster here. Alright. So ordinarily in a regular speed one we use attack up here, but the attack up animation is 8 seconds. It's actually faster just to do this. No attack up needed. Oh yeah, also rip mom. Also I missed the race split. Friggin' god damn it. I had one job. You did distract me. It's all your... No, it's okay. I'm just an idiot. The incompetence of Charles knows no bounds. No, it's okay. I'm happy to be distracted because it means that people in chat are chatting. And these are way more fun when there are people active in chat that I can interact with. The last task showcase, there was a bit of dead air during chunks, and it's really awkward trying to talk to myself so that the VOD at least is entertaining for anybody who wants to watch later, rather than just letting it be silent. So I am happy for the distractions, and whether it's on purpose or not, I'm just... Holy... Wait, what? What? Balthier? I mean, thank you. What? Is that legal? Okay, so Balthier just gifted 10 subscriptions. Everybody who just got a gift sub, thank Balth. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous, and also, what the fuck? Oh, dodged, rip. Wait, how can you dodge? Do we actually have more than 10 people watching? The way I have my stream set up, I can't see the viewer count. I just assumed, I mean, normally our stream caps out around 10 viewers, so I just sort of assumed we were still hanging around 10. That's normal for us, but anyway, thank you, Balthier. Congrats to anybody who didn't dodge. Thank you for the host, Seagoat. Split soon? Oh, thanks, Highborn. Yeah, I was absolutely gonna forget that one. Distraction successful. Jesus Christ, balls. Oh, okay, so I hate this fight with a burning passion. Because trying to optimize it is so frustrating. Here's the story. These eyes do the same thing every turn. Why won't you dodge? I know, right? Sorry. Did I actually get any of them? No. Okay, so this is the normal fight. You kill the flame one, and then you kill the freeze one, and then you kill the Gear 3 one. This is what you normally expect to happen. In theory, you can save time because each of these eyes will very occasionally defend. And clearly defending is way faster than casting a spell. All those spell casts take ages. The problem is you can only one-shot these eyes if Ryu crits and high rolls. So Ryu has 4 possible damage values. Only the highest one will kill with a crit. And the highest damage outcome is also, I think, the least likely. I don't have hard data for this, and it may just be confirmation bias, but I'm pretty sure that the 4 damage outcomes are not all equally likely. I think it's weighted, and I think the highest damage outcome is the least likely. So finding a frame where Ryu crits and high rolls is already difficult. Is this good ending then? Yes it is. It's the only honorable way to speedrun is good ending. So if you could find a frame where an eye defends and then Ryu crits and high rolls, you would save several seconds on that fight. And I looked. Could not find a single one. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the crit isn't rare, but like it's like roughly half and half. The high roll is, I think it's between 10 and 20%. The defend is like 2% or less. 1 to 2% probably, based on how many I got. So trying to get a half and half, a 20% at best, and then a 2% at best, all simultaneously, very unlikely. But the thing is it saves so much time. Like, if you can get the freeze eye to defend on the first turn, the freeze animation is like 7 to 8 seconds. So to make sure that you can't save time, you have to check 7 to 8 seconds worth of frames, which multiply by 60. That's you have to check almost 500 frames to make sure you aren't missing an opportunity to save time. And each one of those frames to check, you have to input your commands. You have to let the Cure 2 eye cast. You have to let the Flame eye cast. Then you have to wait and see what the Freeze eye does. So you can only check one frame in about 20 seconds because you have to sit through the other eye's cast animations. So you're checking, if you want to really guarantee that you've optimized the fight, you're checking 500 frames at 20 seconds a frame. 3 frames a minute. 20 frames an hour. No, that's not right. 3 frames a minute. 180 frames an hour. So optimizing that fight is 3 to 4 hours of just like you advance one frame and then you watch and then you advance another frame. Literally, you're just tapping the insert key and you're just watching the same turn play out the same way 500 times. It is the most mind-numbingly boring thing ever. But if you want to make sure you've optimized the fight, and the thing is most likely you get nothing. You only have to take the ordinary basic fight that you can manipulate in 5 minutes. So to make sure that you've optimized it, you have to sink 4 hours, but you know that almost certainly you will get nothing out of it. It's the most demoralizing thing. Ugh. Ugh. It's a commitment to making the maximum optimal optimization and also to swallowing sadness when it doesn't work. Yeah, it's the worst. You can trust that I'm not going to attempt to do, like, I talked about wanting to redo the glitchless task, but I'm not going to have the heart for it right away. It's a problem for future, Charles. Your BoF 2 priorities have changed because you got Oh, see you later, Balthan. Thank you again for the monstrous gift sub bomb. You may return to glitchless now. Hey, I am at your disposal. I got the notes, I got the knowledge, I got the time. I can hang out in your stream chat or video call, or not a video call, a Discord call, whatever you like. Anything I can do to help convince people to play glitchless and or Brave Man, I will do it. Incidentally, if you haven't already, everybody go follow Shogun. When he gets to 200 followers, he has to run Brave Man. Sorry. When he gets to 200 followers, he receives the honor of running Brave Man for your entertainment. Gotta make sure to frame it right. Split soon, thanks. Man, Highborn here trying so hard to be responsible. It's actually not that soon. We still have to leave and go get Patty and come back. Yeah, even if it's just a casual playthrough, I'm totally game to encourage anybody to play Breath of Fire 2 in whatever capacity. The next three things on my plate streaming wise, get a good Breath of Fire 2 any % time, and then 2 casual runs. I want to play modded Breath of Fire 3, and I want to play Brave New World 2.0.1 once it releases. Right now they're at 2.0.0. There's a bug fix that's dropping in the near future. So I'm waiting on the bug fix before I start the Brave New World playthrough. Incidentally, if you haven't already, I have a Discord, as does literally everybody with a stream on the planet. The exclamation point Discord command will bring it up, or there's a link down under the stream. If you join it, and like I'm not your mother, you don't have to, you can do what you like, but my lead-up prep for the Brave New World thing includes taking votes on who wants to be named what. Thank you, Shogun. So, for my Brave New World playthrough, if you'd like one of the Final Fantasy VI characters named after you, or a name of your choosing, there's a channel in the Discord for it. You can see there which names are already claimed, and it's first come, first serve. Here's another example, by the way. That was me manipulating the RNG to have the NPC walk all the way up so I could talk to him with as short a walk as possible. It's a small thing, but it's a thing. Moddy do moddy things, herp derp. Yep, good mod. So one thing that's a little satisfying, is actually quite satisfying, is I managed to route this so that getting the good ending cutscene basically costs me no time. Which isn't to say it actually costs me no time, because the cutscenes themselves take time. But beyond that, I never really went out of my way. So, to set it up, you have to go into the well, then talk to a Chi-Chi, and rescue Dad, and then go back into the well. But the first step there, you have to go into the well before you talk to a Chi-Chi. But that and rescuing Dad, those can be done in either order. Once you've done both, then you have to go into the well again. So you have to be in Township twice. You're warped here after you rescue Dad, and then you have to come back to recruit Patty. So I go into the well after rescuing Dad. Then on my way to Gate, I stop by Guns and talk to a Chi-Chi. Then I go to Gate. And then I have to come back here to talk to Patty. But at that point, I have got a Chi-Chi. So I can just come back here into the well. So I never had to make an extra trip to Township. I did all of the good ending Township cutscenes when I was already here. You know what's freaky? You've only got 40 minutes left. There is a fat sandwich in my immediate future. Ooh, I can talk about Habaruku now. So, what I have discovered is that Habaruku's AI, how can I think the best adjective Habaruku's AI is fucked. I think that is probably the correct technical description. Habaruku's AI is completely and totally fucked. So Habaruku's spell list: Drain, Hush, power down, defense down, agility down, hail, fireball, missile. Bolt Axe? I actually forget whether he can cast Bolt Axe. I think he can. That's his spell list. Here's the thing. He likes to cast Drain a lot. A lot. To the extent that most speedruns, this is what you see in the Habaruku fight. Turn 1, Drain. Turn 2, Drain. Turn 3, Drain, dead. That is the most common Habaruku AI pattern. Here's the thing. In the TAS, I manipulated him to use Hush on the first turn, rather than Drain. Because Hush animates about a second faster. Once I did that, every subsequent turn, he would never, on any frame, no matter what, cast Drain. Once he cast Hush, instead of Drain on the first turn, he then only ever casts the other spells, not Drain. That's important, because half his spells nuke you in the face. So this is what you should know for actual human speedrunning. If he uses Drain on turn 1, you have a free fight. He's going to Drain every turn. I don't know that that's 100%, but from prior experience, it's definitely a 98%. If he uses Drain on turn 1, you get just Drains until he dies. Fight's free. If he doesn't use Drain on turn 1, if he does anything else, you will never get Drains. You will only get the other stuff, and the other stuff is 50-50 nuke you in the face. So if he uses Hush turn 1, be prepared to get nuked. That's the knowledge. It's weird, and I haven't yet sussed out exactly how it works, because I didn't really explore. I was just trying to finish the task. But at some point, I will actually investigate and figure out what exactly the fuck is going on there, because it's weird. Anyway, here's our maximally efficient Squid Pope fight. Hush, crit. Hush. Crit. Hush. Crit. Guess what we're doing for the 4th round? It's... Hush. Crit. Yeah, that was predictable. So, that's a Habaruku fight. It looks trivial, it's actually not. It took some serious effort to manipulate those turns. I'll see ya, bye forever, Yua. Rip. But I am almost certain that Habaruku's AI is not working as intended, because that's just really fucking weird. Incidentally, I'm pretty sure the dialogue in this cutscene here takes as long as the entire first half of Infinity. If you want to get a good chuckle. Oh, the first room of Infinity is tragic. Right. I'd forgotten. I was able to get 2 steps away from the stairs. So I was trying to see if I could manipulate my way through the first room of Infinity without an encounter. I could get all the way to 2 steps away from the stairs before I got forced into an encounter. It was so close. Oh, it hurt. But I think it's impossible. It's just tantalizingly close. So anyway, you'll see me take a fight halfway through. 4-hour mark. Here we go. So the entirety of Infinity takes me 34 minutes. Imagine doing that in a live run. Bye. Incidentally, that is the only fight that you have to take until the big open room. And in the big open room, you have to take 3 fights. You can see it's getting kind of close, though. That stutter stepping really slowed down at the end. I know, doesn't it look so beautiful? Imagine if this is what Breath of Fire 2 was really like. It's horrid, it's sacred. It's amazing. So this is the big room. We have to take 3 fights in here. Oh, okay, Niso. There's there's 31 minutes left. So if you do fall asleep, you won't miss much. I mean, you will miss the solo Baruberry, so how dare you fall asleep, but you've been here for most of it. But yeah, spoilers, we're absolutely gonna mono Blueberry. That was the last fight in this room? Yep. It gets a little tight getting to the stairs, but we do make it. I think the very last step is hilarious. Am I remembering right? Yeah, that was a long wait. Past midnight? Oh, yeah, you're on civilized time. Friggin' Europeans. Wait, did you say solo Blueberry? I fucking did, that's what I said. And we don't even have the Medusa shield. Here you go, Shogun. Suss that one out. We're gonna solo Blueberry with no Medusa shield. At level 19? 19. Level 19, no Medusa shield, solo Blueberry. That's the plan. And no, we are not casting G-Dragon ever. I think, okay, the bot should reply to Blueberry. Maybe it doesn't if it's part of a command. I think it's set so that the bot just responds to the word Blueberry. I'm not positive. It's been a while since I mucked around with my bot. Oh, also, missed the Delogany split. F. By the power of dodge? Yeah, Niso gets it. Ryu went to the school of Piccolo. There we go. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It just responds to the word Blueberry, rather than it being a command. Somebody hit the follow Shogun. Yeah, there's the list of commands. Simon says, exclamation point, follow Shogun. I'd forgotten about the pizza command. Nice. Past Charles has a good sense of humor. What's my backseating command? I don't remember that one. Huh. I would do it myself, but the way I have this set up, I don't actually have a chat window up. I'm just looking at the chat through OBS with the chat that's embedded in the layout. How do you feel at LTTB multi-world? Remind me, what is multi-world? Is that like multiple people playing together and the items go back and forth? That thing? I'd forgotten that. Nice. Damn. Jesus Christ. Past Charles is just a sassy motherfucker. Progression is spread across. Okay, so it is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, no, I'd be totally game to try that. Your sword in there, GT. I like it. Mutual suffering. Shogun, you know how I feel about suffering. Mutual suffering could only be better. I really enjoy doing co-op rando. Because, I think I did some co-op rando with Jen. And that was really fun, too. So this is just like a different kind of co-op rando. And yeah. Tell me when. I'm not going to be quite as available now as I have been for the last couple of months because I will have some TA duties. But I believe those are restricted to weekdays, mornings, and afternoons. So I think evenings and weekends I'm still reliably free. Yeah, no, I'm aware of the concept of multi-world, and I've watched it a couple of times, but I've never played it. It sounds neat, though. By the way, Shogun, you still have one Plando to attempt. You are still hiding from the king of the Plandos. The Omega Plando, if you like. Good morning, sunshine. You know, I mean, the worst one or the best one? No, but seriously, don't play it when I'm not there. That's the one Plando where if you want to ask for help, I will give you help. I will tell you what's going on. Jen finished it, but halfway through she gave up and needed help. And I think Balthier just rage quit. I don't know of anybody who's actually legitimately finished Good Morning Sunshine on their own. So yeah, you can take help from me. If you're feeling brave, you can try it yourself. Or my suggestion was rope in a couple other people from the Lunar Heights arcade and like does like a 2 or 3 person co-op rando and share the info. 3 times as many brains, 3 times as likely to actually figure out the bullshit gimmick. Challenge accepted. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is this happening, Shogun? Are you going to be the first person to actually honestly defeat Good Morning Sunshine? Because that would be incredible. I will absolutely clear my schedule any day to watch that. The thing is, maybe VRB. Yeah, you're gonna go see if you can recruit some victims. It's been so long since I made any of those plandos that I remember the general themes, but not where I actually put shit. So like I can tell you what will make you suffer, but I can't tell you really how to alleviate the suffering. I can tell you if you ask for help, I can tell you what you're looking for, but I don't remember where to find it. But even knowing what you're looking for helps. And I've sworn Balth to secrecy, so don't ask him. But I'm fairly sure that Balth and Jen are the only other two people who know the secret. I never told anybody else, and I've sworn both Balthier and Jen to secrecy, so unless they spilled the secret, I think it is still hidden. Alright, we're nearly done with Anthony. This is definitely the most tedious part of the game. So you gotta ask, did this segment really need the twisty hallways? If you could just go into each room and like you just immediately show up at the pedestal here and you talk to the person and you go out, and you go in the next door and the person's right there. This would take a third the amount of time. It would be so much less frustrating. And split. Okay, one random encounter left in the entire run. Except she doesn't believe in you and she ain't dying for it. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's very good for the speed run that Blue doesn't get her own room. Otherwise, that would waste another minute. Alright, getting me nipped on. Dodge and fuck the monkey. Yeah, what idiot would want to sacrifice? Exactly! Meow stuff. Yeah, we're very much on a blue is love, blue is life train here. Alright, it's destiny time. Time to go mano a mano against the blueberry. In Breath of Fire 2, all waifus are best waifus. There is no inferior waifu. Like, you actually take a different path? You do need to update your damn notes. This is the optimal path for any kind of speedrun. There's no reason to deviate. Boop! So yeah, this is the plan. We're gonna boop him once, and we're gonna boop him again. 2 boops is all it takes. And that is so much faster than using G-Dragon. I don't know why I didn't think of that when I was doing glitchless, but it's way, way faster. Alright, here we go! 1v1 me, bro! So I did a little bit of testing, and you probably know the mechanic. Like, if you do not accept the solo fight after doing the first 1250 damage to him, then he restores back to full 5000 when you fight him with 4 people. And if you fight him one-on-one, he does not heal. But here's a question. If you overkill him in the first fight, does he maintain the extra damage he took? So like if you use 2 G-Dragons, so he's taken 2000 damage, then in this solo fight here, does he have 3000 health or 3750? In other words, can you carry over overkill damage? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Even if you overkill him by a mile in the first phase, he still has 3750 in that fight. Which is unfortunate. That would have been a nice way to speed the fight up a bit. Anyway, yeah. That is the optimal way to beat Baruberry. You just boof him on the snoot. No safety save? Psh. Psh. Death Evan is free. Oh, hey, Dark Chosen, welcome. Yeah, Balthier bombed, I think, 10 people with gift subs. So, grats. And thank you for watching. I hope you have been entertained by my thoroughly ridiculous choice of hobby. So the interesting thing, comparing this Death Oven fight to the one I had in my glitchless run, this one is slower. Some of it makes sense. I have Blur casting attack up rather than the Medusa shield. And because of the spellcast animation, if I use attack up twice, I should expect to lose 3 to 4 seconds when I lost 6. So the question is, what is the source of the other 2 seconds of time loss? Because I think I actually have a very slightly better strat here. Yeah, I love BoF 2. It is a fantastic game. So part of it is because in any percent we completely skip the Oopa Roopa. Ryu and Cat are both a level lower in any percent than they are in glitchless. In glitchless it's 21 and 18, and here it's 20 and 17. So their damage ranges are just that little bit lower. And in glitchless, I just very narrowly was able to get a 10-turn kill. The other thing, though, is I think my actual luck, like the results of the RNG, was way worse in any percent than it was in glitchless. It felt much harder to get Ryu to crit, specifically, than it was when I was doing this glitchless. It could just be confirmation bias. Or it could be that something that I did differently between the 2 runs actually meaningfully affected Ryu's luck stat. Whoa! An anonymous viewer gifted 5 subs to random viewers? Okay, what the actual fuck is going on? I guess we're partner pushing now, huh? Well, thank you very much. That is incredibly generous. I have no idea why you all are bombing my viewers with subs, but thank you. I'm very confused. Anyway, everybody, take your spook. Share the joy of the spook with all of Twitch. The spook is easily my favorite emote. Does that get me an emote slot? I think I have 16 or 17 active subs now. I don't know what the cutoff is, because I assumed I'd never get it. I just figured that I would barely make the basic cutoff for affiliate, and the channel would not grow, because I've been making no effort to grow the channel. Our random gift subbers are actually doing more to grow the channel than I am. Okay, Death Oven fight. I'll get back to gushing about our viewers in a moment. So there's going to be one obvious difference between this fight and the glitchless one. It's not this turn, get crit in the face. It's also not this turn. Highborn dodged again, rip. 15 for first X. I guess if it's 15 subs, then yeah, we have an extra emote. I guess I'll have to look into that. I got so many happy dicks. Yeah. Okay, here's the new thing. Defense down. How many of you have ever seen defense down used in a speedrun? Yeah, not me either. But it actually does increase my average damage by about 100 per hit. So Ryu hits for about 500 instead of about 600, and Cat hits for about 500 instead of about 400. So even though I'm a level lower, which if anything means that really, if it was going to be any different than glitchless, this should be a turn slower. Instead, it's actually a turn faster. So with defense down, we kill him in 9 turns. Now, we lose time anyway because of the spellcast animation on attack up and because of the worse luck. But I do think that defense down is an improvement. Because the defense down spellcast is 8 seconds roughly, 7 to 8. And the extra turn of attacks is more like 9 to 10 seconds. Didn't it used to be speed down? Yeah, when I'm playing... Oh, also, F. When I'm playing a regular glitchless speedrun, human speedrun, playing myself, we use agility down because we need to get somebody faster than Death Evan so that we have a reliable healer. Because if he outspeeds us, then it's like you might just get nuked twice in the face and die. So in glitchless, I use agility down because unfortunately the agility up buff doesn't work. So yeah, agility down does get used in glitchless, but nobody, I think, has ever used power down or defense down seriously in a speedrun. So you aren't seeing wrong, by the way. The timer is still going, and that's on purpose. The reason is the rules for timing a TAS are different than the rules for timing a speedrun. Speedrun, you start at file select and you end when you beat the final boss. A TAS, you start timing at console on, and you end timing at the final input. Whatever the last input is that you need to get to the end screen. And in Breath of Fire 2, the end screen comes after the epilogue, and the epilogue has dialogue that you need to go through. So the timer's still going until we hit the last box of dialogue. Also, here's a funny little optimization. Didn't occur to me last time. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. So the reason for that is Sten, the last person in line here, gets dialogue. And Sten's dialogue is actually, I think, 2 or 3 text boxes longer than Blue's. So it's actually faster to party shuffle to get the short dialogue from Blue than it is to leave Sten in the back. Anyway, except for the epilogue dialogue, that's the run. We bopped Baruberry, we bopped Death Evan. We turned into a dragon surprisingly not very often, all things considered. Anyway, there's 5 minutes of epilogue. So, last time, when I hit time, for some reason the music in BizHawk started becoming choppy and not very pleasant to listen to. I hope that doesn't happen again, but I wasn't able to identify why it happened last time, so maybe it'll happen again. So, if the music gets choppy, I'll try killing Live Split and see if that helps, but I'm not very optimistic that it will. If the music gets choppy, then I'll just say my goodbyes and kill the stream. If the music stays good, then we'll stay through the end credits. So anyway, that was the newly minted world record Breath of Fire 2 Any % tool-assisted speedrun. In full. Normally stream on week. That used to be the deal. My stream schedule has sort of been all over the place and mostly non-existent since COVID. Partly because our home internet is really not reliable. So if you haven't been here since the start, the first hour and a half or so, the video was really choppy because our internet was just unstable. The audio is fine, so it's watchable, but it ain't great. But, yeah. I think getting back into regular streaming is something that I would like to do. So yeah, let's say normally stream on weekends. And then if I don't do that, you can all peer pressure me and make me feel guilty. So, the next three things on the docket, I want to speedrun any percent human speedrun to get a good time, because right now my any percent time is complete trash. And I want to do a casual playthrough of the mod for Breath of Fire 3, and once the Brave New World development team has finished with the bug fix patch for Brave New World 2.0, then I'll play that. And in the meantime, I do have a Discord. There's a link in the chit chat under the stream, or you can do the Discord command. Either one. Or you can just do neither if you don't feel like joining. But new people are always welcome. That's usually where I'll give people heads ups in advance. So rather than having to wait for the channel to go live, you can actually see when I'm intending to stream and plan. And we also have chat channels for talking about Breath of Fire 2, Pokemon, Teamfight Tactics, Final Fantasy, etc. It's a fun time. We're all nerds. You can come and hang out and be nerdy with us. But I am definitely putting the tool-assisted speedrun thing away for a while. This has sort of consumed my hobby time for most of the last 2 months, and a significant chunk of the last 8 months on and off. So, I don't actually have much interest in TASing. My interest in the Breath of Fire 2 tool-assisted speedrun is purely my interest in Breath of Fire 2. I just want to hold as many Breath of Fire 2 world records as possible. So now I have the glitchless record, the Brave Man record. I mean, nobody else is competing for that one, but you know, it's the principle of the thing. I have the glitchless record, the Brave Man record, and now the TAS record. And I don't really hold out much hope for taking the any percent record. Even if MCon weren't just straight better than me, which he is, he also grinded that any percent time within an inch of its life, and I don't think I'm going to sink that many hours into it. So, I'm not going to commit to getting the any percent world record. I would just like a good time on the books. How about I will sink a lot of time competing for the world record in any percent when MCon tries to compete for my glitchless world record. That seems like a fair exchange. MCon keeps saying that glitchless takes too long. Fucking coward. Oh, here's upcoming the final line of dialogue. Dunzo! Okay, it sounds like the music is fine. So I have no idea what happened last time, but last time as soon as we hit the done split, the music got really choppy. As though the live split, the timer was somehow causing the emulator to lag. I don't know. It was weird. I didn't like it, so I'm glad it didn't happen. So we can sit here and watch the credit crawl, and we'll kill it when we get to the end. Now, I too am always down to watch Breath of Fire of any kind. All 5 games are wonderful. But Breath of Fire 2 has a special place in my heart because it's the one I grew up with. Oh, and I guess the other upcoming thing on the stream is that Shogun was peer pressuring me into doing multi-world Link to the Past randos. Link to the Past randos is another thing that we have done lots of in the past, but I haven't touched them for a while, so I'm rusty, but totally willing to get back into it. The LTTP randos are really, really fun. This is the eternal nerd problem. There are more games that I enjoy playing than I actually have time to play. Hard for me to say a favorite between Breath of Fire 3 versus Breath of Fire 2. This is what I say. The clearly objectively superior game is Breath of Fire 3. My most loved is Breath of Fire 2. Almost totally for nostalgia reasons. Thank you, Cerberus. But yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to doing the modded Breath of Fire 3 playthrough. That's going to be a ton of fun. Thank you, Highborn, and thank you again for trying to get me to split responsibly. You vote for modded Breath of Fire 3? Well, I mean, the good news is that makes the most sense. Breath of Fire 2 any % speedruns, first I need to learn the route. And, like, partly I would need to make my own set of notes to run from, so there's prep work before I'm ready to stream those. And FF6 Brave New World, we're waiting on that bug fix patch. And, like, that's going to take however long it takes. I'm not going to rush them. So, of those three things... And the multi-world rando thing, that's waiting on Shogun. He has to find some time. So the one thing that I can just do right now, with no prep, no lead-up, no scheduling or anything, I can just play the Breath of Fire 3 mod. It exists, I can download it, get it working. I need to find a good PlayStation emulator for it, but I'm sure that can be done without too much trouble. So yeah, if you vote for Breath of Fire 3 next... That's the easiest thing for me to do next, so I'm happy to go with that. By the way, if you didn't catch it there in the credits, Millennium Falcon, Mino India. That's a nice touch. And that's it. Alright. Well, thank you again, everybody, for watching. This was a ton of fun. Thank you to everybody who kept chat active and stopped me from having to talk to myself like a fucking weirdo. Extra special thank you to Balthier and the anonymous subgifter, who evidently have nothing better to do with their money. You were incredibly generous. To everybody that got a gift sub, enjoy your free month of spooks. Share the spook everywhere with Twitch. And apparently I'm gonna have to sort out a new channel emote? That's weird. So I guess I sort of accidentally committed to streaming again next weekend. Huh. Alright, well, I will see about getting modded Breath of Fire 3 set up. And one last time, if you would like to join El Discordo, let me see, I should be able to pull up the stream chat here. El Discord. There we go. So, join or not as you like, and thank you again. Thank you again to the subgifters. Thank you a third time to the subgifters, because holy fuck, that's a lot of subs, and I'm still kind of freaking out about it. And I'll see anybody who wants to come next weekend.